Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The 2025 KDI World Bank Global Forum on Development Cooperation will begin shortly, actually, as soon as everyone sits down. So those who are still outside, we're kindly ask you to please come into the hall and take your seats. Also, to ensure the smooth progress of the event, please set your cell phones and any other electronic devices to silent mode. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에 2025 KDI 월드뱅크 글로벌 포럼 AI를 통한 경제 전환과 포용적 성장, 지식 협력의 역할 시작될 예정입니다. 아직 밖에 계신 여러분께서는 안으로 들어오셔서 자리에 앉아주시고요. 행사의 원활한 진행을 위해서 가지고 계신 휴대전화를 비롯한 모든 전자기기는 무음 모드로 전환해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. This forum provides simultaneous interpretation service for you in English and Korean. So if you require interpretation, you could simply use the device in front of you on the table and tune to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English interpretation. 아울러 본 포럼에서는 한국어와 영어 동시 통역을 제공해 드리고 있고요. 통역이 필요하신 분께서는 앞에 놓인 리시버를 사용하시면 되겠고 한국어 통역은 채널 1번, 영어 통역은 채널 2번으로 맞추시면 되겠습니다. 네, 저희 잠시만 더 기다렸다가 네 분께서 조금만 더 들어오셔서 자리에 앉으시면 시작하도록 하겠습니다. So give us another couple of minutes until we begin. So thank you for your patience. Bless you. Distinguished guests, shall we begin? Good morning. Welcome to the 2025 KDI World Bank Global Forum on Development Cooperation. I am Serena Yoon, and it is a great honor to host you at this timely and meaningful event. 여러분 만나서 반갑습니다. 국제회의 전문 MC 윤수린입니다. 인사드리겠습니다. So today, under the theme AI for Economic Transformation, Building Knowledge Partnerships to Drive Innovation and Inclusive Growth, we are honored to welcome leading experts, policymakers, and practitioners from across the globe. And this forum, as you know, is co-hosted by the Korea Development Institute and the World Bank, who have brought us together for this very important dialogue. Our distinguished speakers will share their insights and experiences to help us chart a common path forward, ensuring that AI serves as a powerful driver of inclusive and sustainable growth worldwide. So thank you again for joining us, and we invite you to stay with us till the very end of today's program. Now, without further ado, let us begin the forum by inviting Mr. Dong-cheol Cho, President of the Korea Development Institute, to deliver his opening remarks. He's already come up the stage, and he is leading the KDI's research, policy advisory, and knowledge sharing programs across the full spectrum of economic and social policy issues, ranging from macroeconomic policy and fiscal reform to development cooperation and digital transformation. I have a lot more to talk about him if I have to introduce him, but since he's already up here, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
now it's working. Thank you very much for overly nice introduction about me. Today's welcoming remark is going to be in Korean. I do it several times, sometimes in Korean, sometimes in English, depending upon what my staff members are writing for me today. They wrote it in Korean, so let me just read it through in Korean. 내외 귀빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? KDI 원장 조동철입니다. 국내외 각계 전문가들과 함께 인공지능을 통한 경제 전환과 포용적 성장을 주제로 논의할 2025 KDI 월드뱅크 글로벌 포럼을 개최하게 된 것을 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 특히 바쁘신 일정에도 귀한 시간을 내어주신 마헷 우탐 찬다디 세계은행 아시아 태평양 지역 디지털 총괄님, 김명주 한국 AI 안전연구소 소장님을 비롯해 정부, 학계, 국제기구, 민간 분야에서 함께해 주신 모든 분들께 깊이 감사드립니다. I really mean it. 지금 우리는 기술과 경제의 전환기에 있습니다. 인공지능은 생산성 향상, 공공서비스 혁신, 새로운 일자리 창출을 이끄는 동시에 2030년까지 전 세계 GDP를 무려 15조 달러 이상 확대할 것으로 추정된다고 합니다. 그러나 또 다른 한편에선 디지털 격차와 제도적 불확실성이 심화되면서 국가 간 그리고 계층 간 불평등이 확대될 위험도 존재합니다. 따라서 신뢰할 수 있는 제도적 기반을 마련하고 기술 혁신이 포용적 성장으로 이어지도록 제도와 환경을 설계하는 것이 인공지능 시대의 정책 과제임이 분명합니다. 이를 위해 국제사회는 지식 공유와 협력을 통해 기술의 혜택을 널리 나누고 부정적 영향을 최소화할 필요가 있습니다. 대한민국은 지난 수십 년간 산업화와 정보화를 거치며 세계에서 가장 빠른 속도로 디지털 전환을 추진해 왔습니다. 초고속 인터넷망과 모바일 네트워크의 확산은 기업 혁신과 공공서비스 개선을 촉진해 왔고 이는 한국 성장의 중요한 동력이 되었습니다. 이러한 경험은 인공지능 시대를 맞이한 지금 국제사회와 공유할 수 있는 소중한 자산임에 틀림없습니다. 한국의 사례는 디지털 전환이 단순한 기술 혁신을 넘어 국가 경쟁력 강화와 그리고 또 포용적 성장으로 이어질 수 있음을 보여주며 다른 나라들이 자국 여건에 맞는 전략을 설계하는 데 있어 중요한 참고 자료가 될 것으로 믿어 의심치 않습니다. KDI는 세계은행, OECD, 브루킹스 연구소, 앨런 튜링 연구소 등과 협력하며 AI 디지털 전환 정책 연구를 해왔고요. 폴란드, 헝가리, 영국 등 다양한 국가와 관련 지식을 교류해 오고 있습니다. 그 중심에 우리 김정욱 CID 소장이 계시고요. 그 중에서도 세계은행은 이미 100여 개 국가 협력하여 디지털 인프라, 데이터 가버넌스, 사이버 보안, 디지털 정보 서비스 발전 등을 지원해온 중요한 파트너입니다. 아무쪼록 오늘 포럼에서 각국의 경험을 공유함으로써 혁신 성장과 포용적 거버넌스를 동시에 달성할 수 있는 정책 방향을 모색하고 이를 통해 각국의 전략 수립과 국제적 연대를 위한 실질적 시사점을 도출할 수 있기를 희망합니다. 끝으로 이번 포럼을 위해 아낌없는 성원과 협력을 보내주신 정부 부처, 공공기관, 학계, 민간 전문가 여러분께 진심으로 감사드리며 다시 한번 참석해 주신 모든 귀빈 여러분께 깊은 환영과 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다. This is the end of official remark written by our staff member. And let me add a little bit words. This is the best time, weather-wise, in Korea, to look around. So I hope you have extra time to enjoy yourself, to see more about the heart of K-pop in Seoul. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Cho, for your opening remarks, which really have so well captured the vision and broader context of today's forum. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give President Cho another round of a warm applause? Thank you. Now we will move straight on to our first keynote address, which will be delivered by Mr. Mahesh Uttamchandani, Regional Practice Director for Digital Development in Asia and the Pacific at the World Bank. He actually oversees the World Bank's lending, advisory, and knowledge programs in the area of digital transformation across all EAP and SAR countries. As he's walking up the platform, why don't we welcome him with a big round of applause?
President Cho, ambassadors, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, it's my pleasure on behalf of the World Bank to welcome you to this event, and my sincere thanks to our friends and partners at KDI for jointly organizing this event with us. I'll ask you today, before we get into the discussions, to imagine a world for a minute where governments can anticipate the needs of citizens, startups can create solutions for local and global challenges, and digital tools can help build resilient societies. That's actually the world that is emerging before all of us in the form of artificial intelligence. Now, I share President Cho's concerns about the digital divide and how the advancement of artificial intelligence presents both an opportunity and a challenge from a development perspective. But AI is no longer just a technology to be deployed for specific use cases. It is actually becoming a force for inclusive growth, innovation, and resilience. By 2030, we expect that AI could add up to $15.7 trillion to the global GDP, 15.7 trillion US dollars. Yet these gains today are concentrated in countries with strong infrastructure, skills, and governance. And today I want to focus on 3 ways that AI can transform development and the actions we must all hopefully take together to ensure its benefits are widely shared. First, AI can create new jobs, upskill workforces, and reduce inequalities. In Korea, AI-powered public services have improved administrative efficiency by 20 to 30% already, freeing human capital for higher-level work. In developing countries, AI can bridge service gaps, improve healthcare, education, and social protection delivery, and generate employment in emerging sectors. If you think about one of the primary challenges that developing countries have today, which is how to educate its young citizens, while it's true that one could build more schools and hire more teachers, to reach the kind of scale that these countries will need and to reach all of their citizens fairly, whether they live in big cities or small villages, they're going to need to use technology, and AI is going to power that technology as the delivery mechanism for all of these crucial services. And so the World Bank is supporting governments to develop AI-ready skills, strengthen digital infrastructure, and design inclusive labor market strategies. We need to invest in digital skills, foster public-private partnerships, and deploy AI to complement human labor. So that's the first way that AI can transform development. The second way is that AI can unlock entrepreneurship and economic transformation. Korea's innovation ecosystem is a great model, and it demonstrates how AI can solve real-world challenges, from smart mobility to AI-driven healthcare diagnostics. Evidence is already showing that targeted, responsible AI adoption stimulates startups, attracts investment, and drives resilient economic growth in emerging economies. The World Bank is helping countries replicate proven models, apply AI in local contexts, and accelerate innovation-led development. To achieve this goal, we need to build ecosystems that support startups, incentivize AI solutions, and connect innovators with opportunities to scale. Now, the third way that AI is changing development is it is a tool for resilient and sustainable societies. In Korea, AI and data platforms improve disaster preparedness, climate monitoring, and urban infrastructure, protecting citizens and critical services. Using IoT-enabled devices, we can develop ways of monitoring not only climate change, but climate-related disasters and provide early warning systems to citizens. Globally, AI can guide low-carbon investments, optimize resource use, and enhance climate resilience, directly supporting the Sustainable Development Goals. The World Bank works with countries to integrate AI into climate adaptation strategies, strengthen early warning systems, and foster resilient public services. We must embed AI in and resilience planning, adopt green digital solutions, and align innovation with sustainability. The computing power of AI and our new data strategies places energy demands on countries that need to be resolved in a sustainable way. To realize AI's potential, developing countries can leapfrog traditional development pathways by building AI-ready infrastructure and providing skills to create the necessary jobs to their citizens. They can also foster innovation ecosystems that drive entrepreneurship and growth, and deploy AI to strengthen resilience and sustainability. We stand ready as an institution to support governments, institutions, and innovators with operational guidance, evidence-based frameworks, and applied solutions, along, of course, with our financing, to turn AI's potential into real-world impact. We see at the World Bank artificial intelligence not just as a technological trend, as I said before, but as a strategic development priority. And so our approach in developing countries is really focused on two fronts, building on both supply and demand. First, we invest in foundational enablers like computing power, data readiness, and cloud access. Second, we support responsible adoption of AI through flexible AI governance, regulatory frameworks, and human capital development. This approach is already in motion through our brand new Digital Vice Presidency, launched last year, and we are supporting AI-aligned efforts in countries in East Asia, South Asia, Latin America, Africa, and in Europe. Through national strategies and regulatory diagnostics, we are also helping support infrastructure pilots and locally driven use cases. And we're working across 4 interlinked areas to help countries build robust and development-aligned ecosystems. First, we're building foundations for responsible AI governance. Many countries are just starting on their AI infrastructure journeys, and they have unclear mandates, limited institutional capacity, and no national strategy. The World Bank is supporting governments to adopt AI policies, data governance frameworks, and regulatory sandboxes that balance innovation with safety. We've begun to roll out AI diagnostics to assess country readiness, and we are embedding AI-related policy actions in our development financing operations to strengthen institutional frameworks for safe and inclusive use. We're also focusing on infrastructure, going from connectivity to computing. AI doesn't run on broadband alone. It requires low latency, high performance, and sustainable computing infrastructure, which, to be frank, is largely missing from developing countries. Developing countries host less than 10% of global data center capacity, and computing power remains a bottleneck. We're helping governments plan and finance AI-ready infrastructure, including shared GPU nodes, edge data centers, and green corridors. This builds on our existing investments in broadband, cloud readiness, and regional data hosting infrastructure. But skills are going to matter too, and we're supporting development on an AI-ready workforce. The global demand for AI skills is projected to rise by 40% in the next 3 years. And we're working with governments to build role-specific training, national upskilling strategies, not just for developers, but also for policymakers. Policymakers, regulators, and educators all will need to understand the implications of AI, and so their upskilling is as critical as it is for the AI implementers. We're developing an AI academy to support continuous long-term capacity building, and in the meantime, we're embedding AI modules into existing digital skills programs. We're also working on use cases or direct real-world applications to see what can work safely and what can therefore be scaled. Across education, health, and agriculture, AI pilots are emerging, but too often they remain isolated or unscalable. We're helping countries launch AI sandboxes and create a shared use common space, a repository of tested models, local data sets, and implementation playbooks. Just to give you one example from Africa, one of the continents that often lags behind technological development. In Nigeria, for example, AI tutors are being piloted through our Edo Best program based on tools shown to deliver 2 years of education in 6 weeks. Now, how are we approaching financing for AI? Because financing will be critical. We're crowding in capital for AI infrastructure. AI infrastructure, like computing power and cloud platforms, have many characteristics of a public good, but they come with high upfront costs that often deter private investment, especially in low-income settings. To address this, we at the World Bank are developing innovative financing instruments that blend public and private capital to aim to make AI infrastructure bankable, scalable, and inclusive. An AI compute fund is under development to mobilize concessional and commercial capital for high-performance compute infrastructure and to catalyze the market for the private sector to come in. Outcome-based skill bonds that link financing to the delivery of verified AI training outcomes can also be a powerful tool to crowd an investment. Another example is debt financing for the private sector. IFC, our sister organization, private sector lending arm, is supporting some companies with debt facilities to expand co-location centers across developing economies, enabling AI, cloud, and digital financial services growth. Public-private partnerships to co-develop high-powered computing clusters to buy the necessary chips and other infrastructure, and AI sandboxes to combine private sector expertise with concessional capital to expand startups, research, and public services are all going to be critical solutions. So through joint initiatives like this with the public and private sector, and through joint partnerships with institutes like KDI, the World Bank helps operationalize AI for resilient, innovation-driven economies. We'll continue to deepen knowledge exchanges, co-develop frameworks, and translate lessons into actionable country-level strategies. So as we engage in our dialogue and discussions today, I just urge everyone to remember that AI is, as I've said before, more than just a technology. It's a lever for jobs, for innovative growth, and to build resilient societies. And together, we can ensure that it serves all people everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Uttam Chandani, for your insightful and comprehensive speech, especially showing us what kind of endeavors the World Bank is making to improve AI infrastructures in different regions. Now, the second keynote address will be delivered by Mr. Myung-Ju Kim, Executive Director of the AI Safety Institute of Korea. He is actually the founding director of the institute, and he leads AISI's work in research, evaluation, and policy development to ensure the safe, ethical, and reliable development and deployment of artificial intelligence. And the theme of his speech is the safer AI ecosystem. We're looking so much to listening to his address. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Director Kim with a big round of applause.
Yeah, it's a great personal honor for me to be with you here. My name is Myung-Ju Kim. Myung-Ju is a difficulty to pronounce. Just simply call me MJ, just like Michael Jackson and Michael Jordan. Okay, I'll give my presentation in Korea as I feel more comfortable with it. And I think the interpreter's voice is much clearer and much beautiful than mine. Okay. 제가 소개할 내용은 AI로 형성되는 일종의 생태계인데 이 생태계가 오랫동안 지속될 수 있기 위한 안전이라는 키워드입니다. 그래서 제목을 보다 더 안전한 AI 이제 생태계라고 정의를 했습니다. 다음 달이 되면 2025년 노벨상 수상자들이 발표될 것 같습니다. 딱 1년 전에 6개의 노벨상 수상자가 발표가 됐었는데 그중에서 제가 4개의 영역 수상자만 잠깐 소개를 해드리겠습니다. 문학상은 이제 저희 한국 사람이라서 제가 그냥 넣었고요. 그다음 이제 주목할 만한 건 이제 물리학상입니다. 물리학상에 허필드 그다음에 힌튼 두 분이 계시는데 이분은 이제 우리가 잘 아는 뉴럴 네트워크의 그 근간을 만들었기 때문에 이제 노벨 물리학상을 탔고 위에 또 3분 케미스트리 분야에서는 데이비드 그다음에 데미스 하서비스는 아마 잘 아실 것 같습니다. 알파고로 그 굉장히 유명한 딥마인드 회사의 사장이고 이제 이 3분은 이제 그 알파고의 이제 후속이죠. 알파 폴더를 이용해서 단백질의 3차원 구조를 예측하는 데 굉장히 도움을 많이 줘서 화학상을 탔습니다. 밑에 이제 3분은 노벨 경제학상을 타신 분인데 특히 주목하실 만한 분은 옆에 이제 오른쪽에 MIT 교수이신데 데룬 아세모글로 있습니다. 이분이 이제 노벨상을 타고 나서 그 전에 썼었던 AI에 관한 이제 거시경제학 논문들이 이렇게 많이 들춰져서 역시 AI 분야와 연관된 일을 하셨던 분들이라서 이제 여기서 주는 의미는 이런 것 같습니다. AI는 미래 기술이 아닙니다. 그냥 현재 기술이고 이미 스며들어와 있는 기술이기 때문에 적극적으로 수용하고 적극적으로 문제를 우리가 파헤치면서 취소시켜야 된다는 메시지를 주는 것 같습니다. 이분들이 하셨던 말씀, 어록을 몇 가지만 보도록 하겠습니다. 제프리 힌턴이 그런 이야기를 했습니다. 이분은 이제 딥러닝을 만드신 분이고 딥러닝의 아버지라고 불리우는 분인데 인류는 AI 때문에 지금까지 한 번도 경험해보지 못했던 엄청난 이득을 얻을 것이다. 그런데 이 AI가 주는 부작용이나 역기능 때문에 얻은 이득의 2배를 쏟아야 될 것이다. 뭐 크게 보면 손해 보는 사업이죠. 그렇게 이제 부작용과 역기능에 대한 경고를 줬고요. 이 데미스 하서비스 같은 경우는 되게 이제 AI 때문에 고민을 많이 하는 게 직업 문제입니다. 갑자기 직업이 사라지거나 하는 부분들인데 그래서 그거를 이제 흔히 그 자포칼립스라고 합니다. 잡에 관한 일종의 큰 공황이죠. 자포칼립스보다 더 중요한 게 있다. 그건 뭐냐면 AI를 악용하는 거다. 나쁜 의도에 가진 사람들이 AI를 악용할 때 생기는 피해가 더 심각한 문제다라고 지적을 하고 있습니다. 그다음에 데룬 아세모글루가 썼던 논문을 제가 잠깐 옆에 소개를 했는데 이제 그런 이야기를 합니다. 경제학자로서 그 미국의 상당히 많은 직업을 앞으로 10년 동안 AI가 교체할 확률은 제가 본인이 볼 때는 직업 중에 한 5% 정도밖에는 교체 안 될 것 같다. 우리가 생각하는 것보다 훨씬 더 부정적이죠. 근데 그 원인에 대한 이야기를 합니다. 그 원인에 대한 이야기를 하는데 굉장히 중요한 게 이 신뢰성입니다. 그러니까 AI를 자기 직업 분야에 받아들여서 사용하려는 사람들이 AI에 대한 의심과 신뢰성에 문제가 있으면 받아들이기를 거부할 거다라는 이야기를 합니다. 그래서 오른쪽 위에 보시면 이제 AI에 의해서 AI for all 모든 분야가 적용이 돼서 변화가 될 텐데 그래서 AI 공급자들이 이제 많은 사용자들한테 이걸 줄 때 요 사용자나 다양한 이해관계자들이 이거를 과연 내 직업 영역에서 받아들일 수 있을까? 본인들이 받아들일 준비가 안 돼 있고 특히 얘를 믿을 수 있을까? 본인 영역에도 리스크가 있는데 AI를 도입함으로 인해서 추가적인 리스크가 발생을 하면 과연 우리가 그걸 잘 핸들링을 할 수 있을까? 그런 것 때문에 사실은 쉽게 받아들이지 못할 거다라고 이야기하고 있고 결국은 최근에 일어났던 많은 세계적인 AI 붐은 되게 이제 개발자 중심이고 모델 중심이었던 거고 이게 현장에 적용되려면 풀어야 되는 문제가 신뢰성의 문제다라는 지적을 합니다. 그리고 챗GPT가 나왔던 게 2022년인데 나오고 나서 한 3, 4개월 있다가 이런 공개 서신이 하나 발표가 됐습니다. 이게 Future of Life Institute에서 발표한 건데 이 기관은 일론 머스크가 그 인류의 생존과 관련된 위기만 연구하도록 세운 연구 단체입니다. 이 단체에서 제목에 보시면 알겠지만 그 거대한 AI 실험을 중단하자라는 이야기입니다. 이제 거대한 AI라는 게 요즘 표현하면 이제 챗GPT 4 이상 요즘 이제 5까지 발표했지만 그런 프론티어 AI를 이야기하고요. 프론티어 AI에 대한 개발을 즉시 한 6개월 정도 중단했으면 좋겠다라는 거고 그 밑에 보면 이제 서명하신 분이 3만 명이 넘습니다. 우리가 잘 알고 있는 많은 리더들이 다 서명을 했는데 이 배경은 이렇습니다. 챗GPT가 발표되고 나서 이 프론티어 AI에 대한 경쟁이 너무 치열해지는데 그 치열해지는 AI를 통해서 기술은 발달하는데 그거를 인간이 소화해낼 수 없을 정도로 발달하기 때문에 거버넌스 논의가 필요하다. 그 윤리부터 시작해서 규제 등등 많은 거버넌스 논의가 필요하기 때문에 6개월간 중단하자라는 이야기를 했고요. 맨 마지막 문장을 제가 인용을 했는데 보통 AI 역사가 70년이라고 이야기할 때 이제 2번의 겨울기가 있었다고 이야기를 해요. 그러니까 붐업이 벌어지고 나서 식었고 그게 이제 2번의 겨울기가 있었고 지금 이제 3번째 여름이죠. 그래서 이렇게 중단하자고 하는 거는 AI에 대해서 이걸 폐지하거나 반대하는 게 아니라 오히려 3번째 맞이한 AI 여름을 더 길게 가져가기 위해서 지속 가능한 AI의 번영 시대를 위해서 필요한 거니까 꼭 논의하자라는 이야기를 했습니다. 실제 이 공개 서신은 실행되지 않았습니다. 중단할 수가 없었죠. 하지만 이제 많은 사람들이 이 거버넌스에 대한 논의를 이제 본격적으로 시작을 해서 그거에 대한 이제 표면적인 결실은 제가 볼 때는 이제 국가 단위로 이루어지고 있는 조직과 법이라는 생각을 합니다. 예를 들면 2021년에 유럽 공동체가 집행위원회죠. EC에서 AI 법에 관해서 제안을 이제 시작을 했고요. 그리고 나서 그 제안이 이제 이사회나 의회에서 논의되는 도중에 챗GPT가 등장을 했습니다. 그래서 이제 그 챗GPT까지 반영한 규정을 이제 바꾸느라고 조금 지연이 되고 룰도 좀 약간 이상한 모습이 되긴 했지만 여하튼 거버넌스에 대한 논의를 이제 법을 가지고 시작을 했고 특별히 제가 지금 한 4개 국가의 국기를 나타냈는데 이거는 AI 정상회담입니다. 처음으로 제안했던 데는 영국이고요. 2023년 11월. 그다음에 이제 두 번째가 서울에서 했었습니다. 그다음에 세 번째가 프랑스 파리에서 올해 2월에 했고 내년 2월에 이제 인디아에서 진행을 합니다. 근데 그때마다 굉장히 중요한 일들이 있었는데 이제 영국 첫 번째 정상회담을 할 때 영국에서 이 모든 AI에 관한 리스크를 핸들할 수 있는 국가 조직을 만들었습니다. 그게 AI Safety Institute고 이제 줄여서 AC라고 합니다. 그리고 이제 리포트를 발행을 했죠. 왼쪽에 보시면 인터내셔널 AI 세이프티 리포트를 전 세계에 있는 석학들과 같이 발행을 했습니다. 연이어서 많은 나라들이 AI 세이프티 인스티튜트를 세웠고 한국도 6번째 세웠고 이제 보시면 작년이죠. 날짜가 잘못되네. 작년 11월에 인터내셔널 네트워크를 했습니다. 10개국 EU를 포함해서 10개국의 AI 안전 관련된 사람들이 모여서 논의를 시작했습니다. 최근에는 영국이 좀 더 전문성을 살리기 위해서 이름을 바꿨습니다. 그래서 세이프티 중에서 시큐리티로 바꿨고요. 그다음에 미국도 이름을 이제 본인들이 니스트라는 표준화 조직 밑에 있기 때문에 스탠더드로 바꿨습니다. 그런데 이니셜은 똑같이 AISI를 유지를 해서 인터내셔널 네트워크에 여전히 잔류를 하고 있습니다. 한국의 AISI에 대해 잠깐 말씀드리겠습니다. 한국의 AI 안전연구소는 법에 명시된 조직입니다. 내년 1월부터 AI 기본법이 실행이 되는데 거기 12조에 정확하게 AI 안전연구소에 대한 설립 근거와 목적을 제시하고 있는데 잠깐 보시면 12조 1항에 보시면 이 AI로 인해서 국민들이 혹시나 입게 될 수 있는 여러 가지 생명이나 안전이나 물리적인 피해들을 보호해야 된다. 모든 위험으로부터 보호해야 되고 AI를 믿을 수 있어야 된다. 그 목적을 설치하기 위해서 저희 연구소를 세웠다고 보시면 되고요. 밑에 보시면 법에도 7가지의 이제 역할을 부여를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 7가지 이 역할이 이제 보시는 것처럼 리스크를 이제 찾아내는 것부터 시작해서 이제 그거를 평가하고 그리고 필요하면 이제 기술도 개발하고 표준화도 하고 그다음에 인터내셔널한 코어도 같이 하도록 되어 있습니다. 그리고 특별히 32조의 부분들이 특별히 지목되어 있는데 32조가 앞에서 공개 서신서에서 다루었던 프론티어 AI입니다. 앞서 있는 그런 프론티어 AI의 안전성은 특별히 안전연구소에서 더 많이 서베이해서 대응을 세워야 된다. 이렇게 되어 있습니다. 그 영국에서 발간했던 AI 그 세이프티 리포트 안에 있는 구조도입니다. 세이프티와 시큐리티, 특히 시큐리티 가운데서 내셔널 시큐리티가 어떤 관계가 있는지를 쭉 보여주는데 세이프티가 굉장히 큰 개념입니다. 그래서 세이프티 안에는 3가지의 리스크가 들어 있습니다. AI를 잘못 만들어서 생기는 리스크, 그다음에 AI를 잘 만들었는데 악용해서 생기는 리스크, 세 번째는 AI 때문에 생기는 사회적인 전체적인 리스크, 이렇게 3가지를 꼽았는데 이제 악용하는 경우를 특별히 뽑아서 시큐리티라고 정의를 하고요. 그 시큐리티가 개인이 아니라 국가 전체에 영향을 미칠 때는 내셔널 시큐리티 이렇게 정의를 합니다. 그러다 보니까 이제 영국하고 미국은 이 세이프티 가운데서도 특별히 AI 시큐리티나 내셔널 시큐리티에 굉장히 중점을 둬서 이제 활동을 하겠다 이렇게 선을 하고 있는 형편이고 저희 한국도 사실 내부적으로 똑같이 보조를 맞추고 있습니다. 이거는 방금 말씀드렸던 그 리스크에 관한 영국에서 국제 안전 보고서를 위해서 정의했던 부분들이고, 그다음에 이거는 MIT에서 최근까지 도대체 AI 리스크가 어떤 거가 있는지를 이제 정의한 겁니다. 일종의 레파지토리인데 한 1,800개 정도의 인스턴스가 들어있고 7개의 캐터리 가지고 정리를 했습니다. 그런데 이제 한국의 저희 이 연구소에서는 이 리스크를 정의해 보니까 이게 이제 기술적인 것뿐만이 아니라 정치, 경제, 사회, 문화 모든 분야에 걸쳐서 다 발생을 할 수 있고 저게 법적으로 저 연구소가 AI에 관한 위협을 다 총괄할 수 있는 포털이자 허브 역할을 할 수 있도록 되어 있기 때문에 이 문제를 다시 정의하자 그래서 앞에 있는 방식을 좀 벗어나서 리스크 매핑이라는 프로젝트를 시작을 했습니다. 이제 리스크 매핑은 뭐냐면 실제 발생한 인스턴스의 원인을 파악을 하는 거죠. 여기 보시면 이렇게 세 가지 축으로 모폴로지컬 차트라는 걸 이용하는데 저게 주로 원인 분석할 때 많이 쓰는 겁니다. 그래서 인스턴스를 매핑하면 비어있는 칸들은 앞으로 나타날 잠재적인 리스크가 되고 어느 분야가 많이 나타난지에 따라서 우선순위를 정할 수도 있고요. 오른쪽은 그 리스크가 어디에 영향을 주고 그거를 우리나라 정부에서 어떤 부서가 어떤 리스크를 담당해야 하는지 매핑을 시켜주는 겁니다. 그래서 AI로 인한 리스크의 원인을 분석하고 앞으로 일어날 리스크도 예측하고 그거를 담당할 수 있는 부처까지 매핑할 수 있는 게 이 리스크 매핑 프로젝트다 이렇게 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 실제 평가하는 과정인데 좀 복잡하긴 한데 저희들이 그런 리스크를 가지고 이제 평가할 수 있는 데이터 셋도 구축하고 시나리오도 구축하고 평가 툴도 사용을 해서 평가를 쭉 진행합니다. 주로 평가할 때는 이제 절대적인 평가도 있지만 비교합니다. 예를 들어서 A라는 모델이 뭐 챗GPT 4.5하고 비교했을 때 어느 분야가 좋고 나쁜지를 이렇게 상대적 비교를 주로 많이 사용하고 있습니다. 자, 이제 마지막 장입니다. 그 AI 안전연구소에 하는 역할은 실제적인 아웃풋은 어떤 AI에 관한 안전 보고서를 만드는 겁니다. 이 가운데 있는 세이프티 리포트를 만드는 거고 그 세이프티 리포트를 위해서 평가도 하고 그거에 따라서 인검증도 사실 할 수 있는 기능을 가지고 있습니다. 그리고 이런 자료는 이제 시민들부터 시작해서 기업, 중소기업, 정부 여러 군데 제공이 돼서 이 사람들이 AI를 실제 도입할 때 AI에 관한 신뢰성에 대한 의심이 있고 도대체 뭐를 분석해야 되는지 모를 때 이제 아이의 안전연구소에서 그거에 필요한 자료를 주고 또 컨설팅을 시행해서 실제 AI가 잘 정착할 수 있도록 안전하게 정착할 수 있도록 도와주는 역할을 합니다. 그리고 이제 한국 기업 같은 경우는 이제 대외적으로 수출할 때 물론 이제 성능이 좋아야 되지만 안전 문제에 관해서는 저희가 충분히 이 컨설팅을 해서 업그레이드 시킬 수 있도록 해서 경쟁력을 높이는 역할을 하게 되고 이러한 부분들은 항상 그 글로벌 스탠더드를 지향을 하기 때문에 아까 말씀드렸던 인터내셔널 네트워크하고 협력을 하고 또 저희가 가지고 있는 노하우나 이런 것들을 아직은 AI를 도입하는 데 있어서 이제 시작 단계인 이제 나라들한테 이렇게 전파하는 역할을 하고 있고 최근에는 이제 아세안하고 협력을 해서 이 부분을 어떻게 전수할 수 있을까 하는 역할을 하고 있습니다. AI 안전연구소는 영어로 AI Safety Institute 줄여서 AC인데 제가 이제 영국은 세이프티를 시큐리티로 바꿨고 미국은 스탠더드로 바꿨는데 제가 처음부터 했던 이야기는 이 쉐르파 역할을 해야겠다. 쉐르파 아시죠? 그 에베레스트산 등반할 때 등반대원들이 고용하는 현지인들입니다. 히말라야 산맥의 안전을 너무나 잘 알고 있어서 그들의 목숨을 책임지는 사람들이어서 결국은 정상까지 올라갈 수 있도록 안전을 책임지는 짐꾼이고 그들이 정상에 올라갔을 때 사실 그들은 사진에서 나타나지 않습니다. 그래서 저희는 항상 이렇게 도움을 주는 존재로서 우리나라 기업이나 글로벌 AI 기업이 이 안전하게 정상에 올라갈 수 있도록 도와주고 그래서 전 세계적으로 안전한 생태계가 이루어질 수 있도록 도움을 주는 조직이다라고 말씀을 드리면서 요즘 흐름이 어떻게 되는지 소개해 드리는 걸로 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Kim, for that comprehensive overview of Korea's AISI strategic approach to AI safety from the global context to the concrete international collaboration frameworks being developed to ensure responsible AI development. Now, before moving on to the next part of the program, we're going to take a moment to take photos to commemorate this meaningful occasion together. So I'm going to ask all the presenters, speakers and panelists, basically everyone who's participating in this program today to please kindly rise and come forward and stand here in front of the screen so that we could take a group photo as soon as the seats are arranged. All right. Basically, everyone who are sitting in the front tables. So please rise and come forward. Yes, that completes it. So if everyone could please come forward. 네, 지금 테이블에 앉아 계신 모든 분들 일어서셔서 앞으로 나와 주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. Okay. And don't forget to smile. All right, here we go. It's called finger heart. All right, that was very good. Thank you so much. All right, so as soon as everyone takes their seats, we're going to proceed with the next part of our program. So the theme of our presentation session is the AI-driven innovative growth. And we're going to get some insights from different nations, particularly from Korea, Japan, and Poland. And we are more than excited to hear what they have to share with us. Okay, so I think we are ready. So first, we're going to invite Mr. Seo Jung-hae, Senior Fellow at KDI, and he's going to talk about the third way, Korea's approach to AI-driven economic transformation. He's already up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Fellow Mr. Seo with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I'm working at KDI. Now I'm graduating from my current work, but still I'm working with many fellows and friends in KDI. I thought I should present in English, so I wrote my script in English, but I would write in Korean if that's sometimes translation that much perfect. But anyway, I'll go ahead in English. As we stand at the cusp of an AI-driven global transformation, nations are racing to define their place in this new technological order. Korea is charting a unique path, one that avoids the extremes of dominant digital powers and instead blends innovation, ethics, and pragmatism. Over the next 15 minutes, I will walk through the global AI landscape, the rivalries shaping it, and how Korea's strategy positions as a leader for middle power globally. To set the stage, let's examine the global AI landscape. As you can see on this slide, the AI ecosystem is dominated by small number of countries. Key countries are establishing competitive advantages across different layers of technology stack. from data, software to chips and raw materials. For instance, the US leads in software and cloud with giants like OpenAI and Google, while China dominates raw materials and energy. Korea shines in memory chips, alongside players like Japan and Germany, with firms such as Samsung and SK Hynix. Understanding these competitive dynamics is essential for positioning national strategies in this increasingly fractured landscape. It's not just about technology, it's just about who controlled the technology stack and ultimately the future. This concentration is stark when we look at resources, for example. In 2024, venture capital investment in AI totaled nearly 148 billion US dollars, with the US captures roughly 2/3 of that, and followed by China around 11%. Korea's share is very modest, 2.8%, highlighting our need to punch above our weight. On research collaboration publications, out of total roughly 50,000 publications in 2024, China leads with 1/3 of total, the US at 11%, and EU as a whole at 13%. Korea contributes around 2%. These pie charts from OECD AI data underscore a sobering truth. AI power is consolidating among a few giant nations. For smaller players like Korea, the challenge is clear. Leverage our strengths in semiconductors and manufacturing to carve out a niche. This slide brings us to Professor Bradford, who worked at Columbia Law School. Her influential framework from her work, titled as Three Digital Empires. She identified three distinct approaches to digital governance, each rooted in different philosophies. The US is market-driven, guided by techno-libertarian principles and right regulation. Its strengths, rapid innovation and global platform dominance, but challenges include privacy erosion and market concentration. China is state-driven, emphasizing digital sovereignty and comprehensive government oversight. It excels in coordinated infrastructure and rapid deployment, though it faces innovation constraints and human rights concerns. The European Union is called rights-driven, prioritizing fundamental rights and rules-based governance. It builds institutional trust and user protection, but grapples with slower innovation and compliance burdens. These empires are not just models, they are shaping global norms, forcing nations like Korea to choose a side or find a third way. A prime example of this rivalry is China's digital Silk Road. From 2019 to 2023, Beijing invested in overseas digital infrastructure, deploying surveillance technologies, 5G networks, and governance systems across partner nations. As the map shows, projects spanned from Pakistan to Africa to Latin America, totaling billions in loans and contracts. This is not just the infrastructure, it extends China's state-driven model globally, creating dependencies that challenge Western democratic norms. Sources like Merrick's Institute highlight how this networking, the Belt and Road Initiative, prioritize Beijing's technology champions, underscoring the political stakes. These tensions are intensifying under current Trump administration. The current Trump administration sharpens rivalries with big implications for global technology governance. In US-China decoupling, expanded tariffs and national AI reserves to counter advances like China's DeepSeek model. US EU regulatory tension could see challenges to the EU's Digital Service Act as trade barriers, though the Brussels effect is likely to endure despite pressures from reports like Draghi report published last year. For EU-China positioning, US tariffs on Chinese green tech might benefit Europe, positioning it as a democratic alternative to both US deregulation and Chinese authoritarianism. In short, the world is fracturing, and middle powers like Korea must navigate carefully. Before turning to Korea, let's debunk a myth, the false dichotomy between innovation and regulation. Laissez-faire can lead to market failures and harm, while excessive rules deter progress. For example, the US-EU technology gap is not just about regulatory stringency, it's institutional. Market integration, capital access, and entrepreneurial culture, those are making the sources of technology gap between US and EU. So US dominance stems from talent attraction and risk tolerance, not pure deregulation. As Professor Bradford argued in her recent paper, strong frameworks like GDPR and AI Act can coexist with robust innovation if designed well. So Korea's strategy embraces this synergy, proving regulation is not just the enemies of progress. Now Korea's AI vision. Korea seeks to navigate between these empires while building distinct advantages in key sectors. Korea's goal recently announced that to achieve a global top 3 leadership through domestic semiconductor champions, large language model development, and open source Korean national models to rival GPTK's class systems. Economically, Korea's vision drive to economic growth through AI in manufacturing, services, and automobile, focusing on humanoid robotics and SME support. For inclusion, ensure ethical adoption with education, digital programs, and privacy mitigation across urban-rural lines. And for security, establish AI as a national foundation, integrating renewables for data centers and advancing advanced networks amid US-China rivalry. This is very ambitious, but in some sense, very pragmatic. This slide shows many detailed policy tools in areas like investment and funding, regulatory innovation in infrastructure projects, and governance and human capital. I will not go in details, but recently government pledged to invest 100 trillion Korean wons. It's a very, very ambitious investment plan. And also, just the previous speaker mentioned, the AI Framework Act will be effective the first day of next year. And important one is what is called the Presidential Committee on AI. I make an English translation from AI 위원회 in Korean. This is a kind of a coordinating body to overcharge and oversee all those initiatives from ministries and agencies across the country. So most of details you will find easily from Korean government documents. I want to emphasize this aspect. With these very ambitious goals and visions, Korea faces big challenges. Resource constraint is the most conspicuous. Our 100 trillion won pledge faces uncertainty amid sluggish growth and potential US tariff under second Trump administration. Talent gap and brain drain are very important issue, hard to overcome. For example, limited domestic specialists with top talent heading to US or China, and to build a new workforce in AI will take years. Another one is a technology dependency. Heavy reliance on US giants limits sovereignty, and the Korean language models lack global scalability versus English or Chinese. And there are some geopolitical risks, including US chip export controls and Chinese retaliation threat. And then also, there might be some implementation gap of government plans where the rapid rollout risks uneven adoption, low AI literacy, and ethical backlash of bias, sparks and societal resistance. These are real hurdles, but they are surmountable with focus. So this is the final slide to summarize my views about Korean ways. This leads to our core thesis. Korea's AI strategy as the third way, it is a very pragmatic navigation of digital empire constraints, synergizing innovation and regulation while maintaining democratic values and pursuing leadership. Strategic positioning means blending market incentives with ethical guardrails, and critical challenges include scalability limits, already I mentioned in just before, and talent shortages and foreign dependencies and US-China pressure and conflict. What will be the success factors for this vision? Probably execute investment responsibly, build domestic capabilities, maintaining geopolitical balances, and alliance with other middle powers are very critical to implement this good vision. So globally, this is a blueprint for other countries, offering an alternative to binary US-China choices and exemplify democratic AI leadership. So in essence, the third way navigates US deregulation approach and EU right-focused approach and Chinese state control approach by balancing market incentives with ethical guardrails and ensuring sovereignty without isolation. As the map illustrates, in a fractured world, Korea's path lies a way forward for democratic innovation. So the strategy is not just for us, it can be a model for middle powers to thrive in a global AI governance. This is my preparation. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seo, for presenting Korea's strategic positioning in the global AI landscape, outlining how Korea aims to pursue the third way approach that balances innovation with democratic values while navigating the intensifying competition between major AI powers and positioning itself as a middle power leader in the global AI governance. Thank you so much. As we speak, I believe our second presenter is joining us, waiting to present hers. Professor Kyoko Yoshinaga, are we connected?
Yes.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you very well. So Professor Yoshinaga, thank you so much for joining us. And I believe the topic of your presentation is Innovation with Inclusion, Japan's AI Regulation and the Hiroshima AI Process. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, looking very much forward to hearing your presentation. The mic is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome Professor Yoshinaga with a big hand?
Thank you. 안녕하세요. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you for having me. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person. Today, I will speak on innovation with inclusion, Japan's AI regulations, and the Hiroshima AI process. Okay. Now, next slide. It seems that I cannot change to the next slide, if I may. Is it coming? Oh, it's okay. I'm sorry about that. Let me go back a few slides. Great, okay. So first, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm a project associate professor at Keio University. I'm also affiliated with the National Institute of Informatics, the University of Tokyo's Institute for Future Initiatives in Japan, and Georgetown Law's Institute for Technology, Law, and Policy in Washington, D.C. I serve as an expert member on several AI-related commissions for ministries and agencies in Japan, sit on AI ethics boards of private companies, and I'm also an expert with a global partnership on artificial intelligence, GPAI, hosted at the OECD. Before my current roles, I spent about 20 years as a think tank researcher, mainly conducting government-commissioned projects in information communication technologies and cybersecurity, and later working on AI development, especially compliance and risk management. These experiences allow me to approach AI governance both from the policymaker's perspective and from the developer's side. I usually focus on why the software approach works well in Japan, but today, given the theme of innovation and inclusion, I would like to place my emphasis on those points. So let me begin by walking you through Japan's approach to AI regulations. I'll start with a quick overview of the policy timeline. As a G7 host country in April 2016, Japan introduced 8 principles of AI research and development, which helped guide discussions at both the G7 and OECD. These principles were proposed by then Internal Affairs Minister Sanae Takaichi as a non-binding international framework. The G7 and OECD countries agreed, and these efforts later paved the way for the OECD AI principles adopted in 2019. Building on that, in 2017, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, or MIC, released the AI R&D guidelines for international discussions, which added collaboration as a principle, reflecting the importance of interconnectivity and interoperability of AI systems. Japan then continued to issue further guidance. In 2019, the Cabinet's Office's Council published the Social Principles of Human-Centric AI, and MIC released the AI Utilization Guidelines with 10 principles to address risks. In 2022, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, or METI, introduced the governance guidelines for implementation of AI principles, offering practical tools and examples for managing AI risks. More recently, in April 2024, these earlier guidelines were integrated into one new AI guidelines for business. And in May 2025, this year, Japan enacted its AI Act, together with guidelines for the procurement and use of generative AI in the public sector. So that was a quick timeline of Japan's AI policies. So once again, building on the social principles of human-centric AI, the 3 earlier guidelines, AI R&D, AI utilization, governance guidelines, were integrated and updated to reflect the latest AI technologies and international discussions. This resulted in the new AI guidelines for business, published on April 19, 2024. I have been serving as an expert member of METI's committee that drafted these AI guidelines for business. The AI guidelines for business have several key features. They take a risk-based approach and reflect the philosophy of agile governance, recognizing the flexible governance is essential to promote innovation. The guidelines also encourage voluntary efforts by business operators while keeping in step with international discussions. Equally important, they were created through multi-stakeholder dialogue, which helped ensure their effectiveness and validity. They are also treated as a living document, meant to be updated regularly and continuously. In fact, they have already been revised twice, once in November last year and again in March this year. On May 27th, Japan released the guidelines for procurement and use of advanced AI in the public sector. These guidelines reinforce compliance with the existing AI guidelines for business, as they explicitly refer to and build upon that framework. They also establish an advisory board on the use of advanced AI, which will analyze risk information collected from each ministries and consider measures to prevent recurrence. I was appointed as a member of this board, and we held our first meeting just last week. The materials from that meeting are already made public. And the very next day, on May 28th, the AI Act was approved by Parliament. The Act authorizes ministries to request information from business operators, analyze cases where AI technologies have been misused and caused harm to people's rights and interests, and conduct research to support the safe and effective development and use of AI. Based on those findings, the government can provide guidance, advice, and information to developers, business operators, and other stakeholders, and take further necessary measures. The AI Act at this stage is a framework that emphasizes the promotion of AI research, development, and utilization, and does not impose direct penalties on companies. There are also other comprehensive guidelines, for example, the contract guidelines on utilization of AI and data, which provide guidance for contracts involving data use in AI development. Also, machine learning quality management guidelines, which set out quality standards for machine learning components to help service providers and developers improve reliability and reduce risks from AI errors. In addition, Japan has established its own AI Safety Institute, and this institute has already been actively releasing guidelines on AI safety issues. There are also sector-specific guidelines. For example, in the education sector, Japan has issued the guideline for the use of generative AI in primary and secondary education, intended mainly for teachers. So as we have seen, Japan's basic approach to AI is a soft law approach, using non-legally binding guidelines to cover AI comprehensively. There are three main reasons behind this choice. First, AI is viewed as a solution to major social issues, such as labor shortages caused by the low birth rate and aging population. Second, there's a mismatch between the speed of AI development and the lengthy process of making laws in Japan. Once a law is passed, it is very difficult to abolish, and even defining AI in legal terms can be very hard. Third, detailed rule-based regulation could stifle innovation. These points are clearly stated in the preface to the AI Guidelines for Business. Japan's broader vision is to realize Society 5.0, a human-centric society that achieves both economic growth and solutions for social challenges through cyber-physical systems. For that reason, innovation is essential. The Act, which currently does not have punishment, is expected to be implemented in conjunction with soft law instruments, such as the forthcoming Basic Plan on Artificial Intelligence and the existing AI Guidelines for Business, which, while not legally binding, are intended to function as social norms to which companies are expected to adhere. At the same time, Japan has not ignored hard law. Several existing laws have been amended. For example, the Act on Improving Transparency and Fairness of Digital Platforms, which requires platform providers to ensure fairness in the digital market, and the Financial Instruments and Exchange Act, which regulates high-speed algorithmic trading by requiring registration and risk management systems. Japan has also revised laws to promote AI use, such as the Road Traffic Act and the Road Transport Vehicle Act, which now allow level 4 autonomous driving under certain conditions. So in short, Japan's approach is a combination of comprehensive soft law and sector-specific hard law. And this balance is what makes the system work. Now, I would like to talk about the Hiroshima AI process. It was launched at the G7 Hiroshima Summit in May 2023 to address both the opportunities and risks of AI. Over the following months, leaders held many discussions, and these efforts led to the adoption of the Hiroshima AI Process Comprehensive Policy Framework in December 2023. It was the first international framework combining guiding principles and code of conduct for safe, secure, and trustworthy advanced AI. The Hiroshima AI process is envisioned to gain wider support, not only from the G7, but also from the developing and emerging economies, as well as the private sector, academia, and civil society. The ultimate goal is to build an inclusive global AI governance so people everywhere can benefit from trustworthy AI. To advance this vision, the Friends Group of the Hiroshima AI process was launched in May 2024, and already 56 countries have joined. As I mentioned earlier, in Japan, we place strong importance on a multi-stakeholder approach and on sharing values across nations, for example, through the Hiroshima AI Friends Group. Let me outline some ways to promote innovation with inclusion at different levels. First, in AI development, it is essential to build diverse teams, considering gender balance, backgrounds, and areas of expertise. If that is difficult, companies can still establish external AI ethics board with members from different fields to review model design. Many Japanese companies have already set up such boards, and I serve as an external member on several. I find these dialogues across disciplines very constructive. Since AI impacts humanity as a whole, interdisciplinary exchange is crucial. Also, documenting an AI policy as a statement of the company's stance on AI development and making it public is important. Internally, translating this into a code of conduct helps employees become more aware and align their daily practices with the company's values. Second, at the domestic regulatory level, a multi-stakeholder approach should include not only AI developers and policymakers, but also civil society, especially consumer and user perspectives. In Japan, for instance, the AI Guidelines for Business Commission included representatives from consumer protection organizations. It is also important to ensure that SMEs and AI startups are not excluded, but actively involved in regulatory discussions. They are a core source of innovation. Whether a country adopts a hard law or soft law approach depends on broader factors such as the legal system, trust between government and industry, levels of social sanction, and technological maturity. Each country must choose what fits its context. However, regulation should remain practical, something developers can realistically comply with. Otherwise, they may simply move to jurisdictions with no regulation. Third, at the international level, as seen in the Hiroshima AI process, continuous dialogue among countries is vital. While there are many regional initiatives and international platforms, it is important to share values and best practices across them. Even though efforts may appear fragmented, in reality, we are seeing principles gradually converge toward similar foundations. In the interest of time, I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
Hello, my name is Marianna Sidorov, and I'm a head of Department of Digital Economy in the Ministry of Economic Development of Poland. I will share the experience of Polish way to gain the success in the era of artificial intelligence. The development and adoption of AI is one of the key areas in Poland's digital transformation. It's the key to increase competitiveness, innovation, and economic growth in Poland. But what is the most difficult? We have very difficult situation. Only 5.9% of Polish companies use AI, mainly large companies, and they are using it for communication, sometimes industrial, finance, and sometimes the insurance sectors are using AI. We have in Europe AI factories which are emerging. They provide ready-made solutions, but there's no enough need of SMEs to use it. Poland, of course, is developing its own language models, Plum and Bielik, and we are very proud of it. And we actively participate in building the AI continent plan, which is on Europe's digital map. Our needs and our SMEs are supported by European digital innovation hubs. These are like information points for SMEs. And we keep our fingers crossed that our SMEs are becoming more and more aware of the importance of digitalization and AI. Our strategic goals are written in European Union documents, and the most important is the path to the digital decade, where there are goals written, and for all Europe, 75% of companies should use AI by 2030. In our national action plan for the digital decade, we said 34% will use it by 2030. And even in the national digitalization strategy, which should be introduced to 2035, 50% will use it. AI implementation in Poland, we have lots of examples. We have examples amongst large companies like PKN Orlen is one of the biggest Polish companies, and they use it for failure prediction, energy optimization in Azot, it's chemical industry company, energy savings, or lots of data processing like KGHM will use it with data analysis and for real-time equipment monitoring. But also SMEs are using it, and we are very proud of our good examples. Neoteric, S-Labs, Callpage, or FoodTech, which are using it for personalized marketing, user behavior analysis, or service automatization, or machine learning. What we know that AI could increase Polish GDP by 5 to 10%. So it's a lot for Polish economy. We believe that efficiency will increase and innovation will be easier, especially in multiple sectors like healthcare, education, transport, industry, agriculture, finance, and public administration. We will gain from automation. We will gain from automation and robotization. Like industry is already achieving up to 30% of efficiency improvements. Poland has the potential to become one of the leaders in digital transformation, and we are looking for our niches to make it happen. And of course, we see challenges. In Europe, we have the AI Act implementation in front of us. We need clear interpretation and support for businesses' compliance. This is very difficult for the small companies to connect all the dots in the regulatory system. We have limited access to modern computing infrastructure, and sometimes SMEs and companies are trying to find infrastructure. Of course, we have shortage of AI specialists, and they do not have enough digital skills to develop and adopt technologies. Of course, there is always cost of energy, of model training, and environmental impact. There is also need to enhance Poland's attractiveness for AI investors and talents to work with us. How we address these challenges? We are working on AI policy. This is a strategic long-term plan for developing Poland's AI ecosystem, and we fund AI support plan. So we, in European funds and public funds, we try to finance development, trainings, education, and of course advisory services for SMEs and bigger companies. We plan to have in Poland 2 AI factories to invest in development of AI hubs or AI factories as hubs for AI ecosystems. We think the key issue is collaboration between academia, business, and public administration. Only joint research and implementation of joint projects will give us success. Of course, deploying AI in strategic sectors, industry, healthcare, transport, education, and agriculture is crucial. Planning to or developing sandboxes and then long and strategic plans for all these sectors. So we are keeping our fingers crossed that AI will be the new way for Poland, and it will give us a boost to make Polish way of AI really happening. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to participate in this conference. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate and give me an email. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Director Sidrov. So we've heard three distinct perspectives on AI governance and economic transformation, right? Japan's inclusive soft law approach through the Hiroshima AI process, Poland's systematic strategy to accelerate AI adoption across key sectors, and Korea's positioning as a middle power pursuing a third way that balances innovation with democratic values in an increasingly polarized global AI landscape. And as she just mentioned, you may have some questions and comments that you want to make, right? Please save them for the afternoon Q&A and discussion sessions, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give the three presenters from Korea, Japan, and Poland another round of applause for their excellent presentations. Thank you. So with that, we will conclude the morning session and take a break for lunch. The lunch break will be a little more than an hour, and we will resume at 12:45 p.m. And please note that the lunch is provided for only those who have pre-registered. So thank you for your understandings. So enjoy your lunch with great food and great colleagues around you, and I'll see you all back here at 12:45. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon sessions of the 2025 KDI World Bank Global Forum on Development Cooperation will begin soon at 12:45. Those outside are kindly asked to enter the hall and take their seats, please. Thank you very much. This forum provides simultaneous interpretation service in English and Korean. Those who require interpretation can simply use the translation receiver and tune to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Thank you very much. We will now begin.
Yeah, that'll save us time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the afternoon session of the 2025 KDI World Bank Global Forum on Development Cooperation. The afternoon program also features some very informative and insightful talks. So looking very much forward to it, let us open the panel discussion, Governing AI for Development Impact. So the moderator of this session is Mr. Jason Alford, Country Manager of the World Bank Korea office. So as we speak, our moderator and panelists are already up on the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Alford and the panelists with a big round of applause.
Thanks, everyone. Lovely to see you here. It's been a pleasure to participate in this event today, and we've had lots of interesting discussion this morning from our speakers and lots of different perspectives, which was great. My name is Jason Alford. I'm the country manager for the World Bank here in Korea. Now, you've all had lunch and your body's digesting and you're feeling tired. So the usual joke is we're here to re-energize you, but for people wearing suits, it's probably not a good sign that we're going to be the ones to. But we'll do our absolute best, I promise, to have an interesting discussion. This session is called Governing AI for Development Impact. We've already heard, as I said this morning, how AI is reshaping economies and societies. But the question in front of us now is how do we govern this transformation in a way that drives innovation, manages the risks, and ensures benefits for all? So, of course, World Bank, we're a development institution, and we're very excited about the potential of technology and AI to drive growth and deliver productivity-enhancing jobs, which is very exciting. But we also think about the other aspects of development, the sustainability aspects, the societal aspects, how we ensure the benefits are shared. So that's what we'd like this discussion to go to a little bit. So that's an especially urgent question for many of our developing countries that are members of the World Bank. So I've got three very high-level questions that I want the discussion to focus on today. So one is which of the governance challenges are the most pressing when we're adopting AI in developing country contexts? How can governments encourage innovation but also embed safeguards to prevent inequality or misuse of the new technologies? And what international frameworks and partnerships can help countries align their AI governance with their development goals? So at a high level, that's what we'd like to go for. So we have three discussants or speakers here with us today. My colleague Zaki Kuri here, who is a senior digital specialist in our World Bank Korea office. I am not a digital and AI specialist, but Zaki is truly a digital AI specialist, so I'm lucky to have him here with me. Then we have Vice President Moonshil Che. She leads the Department of Digital Inclusion at NIA, Korea's National Information Society Agency. So welcome, thank you for coming. And then at the end we have Professor Junmo An from the Department of Public Administration at Korea University. So thank you all for joining us. If you'd give them a clap to welcome them, please. So the way I'm going to run this is we're going to do 2 rounds of questions from me to the speakers to let them give you a sense of what they've been working on and what their views are. I would really appreciate it. As I said, I'm not an expert in this area. If you all, as we're going through the discussion, think of what questions you have for our speakers, and I'll give you an opportunity to ask that of them at the end of our first couple of rounds of questions. So that would make my job much easier if you're all happier to do that. So for the first round, I'd like to focus on identifying some of those core governance challenges and opportunities from each of our speakers' perspectives. So Zaki, first on the World Bank's vantage point, what governance challenges do you see most often when developing or emerging economies start adopting AI? And how does the governance shape whether AI becomes a force for inclusive growth or whether it presents those challenges to inequality? Zaki.
Thank you, Jason. This is a very big question, in fact, but at least we heard that there are different approaches. Since this morning, we are hearing about the different approaches from different countries about how to adopt AI. When it comes to the governance of AI, which means that minimizing the risk and making sure that we do have the right safeguards before going and adopting and using it as a technology. So we need to know one thing clear is that AI will never create a capacity when it doesn't exist, which means that there are some institutional, I would say, governance capacity that needs to be there to make sure that we are adopting it with the right pace, with the right policies, and with the right also safeguards. AI adoption has been not for too long, which means that we saw it just going rapidly adopted since the launch of the LLM ChatGPT. And in the last 3-4 years, it has been accelerated exponentially. So what we are seeing when countries start really to look at governing AI, some of the challenges, I would say 3 of them are always there. One is that AI is not coming from scratch or from void. So if you do have a kind of a silos data that are very fragmented, definitely it will be much, much challenging to govern the AI use and adoption. And this is an area where we started to really look at it. The first thing that Korea, for example, invested in was the preparedness of their data, which has been very, I would say, not easy, but at least in a way, it was much easier to govern the adoption when it comes to the 12,000 digital services that is existing here in Korea and integrate AI much quicker. This is not the case in other countries, especially the countries that we are working with in terms of the development, the World Bank, when it comes to emerging economies, for example. We just finished some intervention in a pilot country, Sierra Leone, which is an African country, definitely not on the same level of maturity like what I mentioned in Korea here. And we saw firsthand how every entity is keeping its own data. It's not even having the notion of interoperability between the different entities is not existing, which is making it much, much harder here. The second thing that I would like to highlight maybe as a gap when it comes to governance is how much, let's say, there is limited institutional capacity when it comes to the governing process, which means that in order to request the service of any entity to deliver the procurement of AI services, this is not easy. You really need certain capacity that will allow you to write the scope of work or even simply the term of reference. Not even, I wouldn't go even in order to say monitoring the delivery and how it is really auditing for some breaches or some of the issues where safeguards are needed. So such kind of capacity, institutional capacity, is incredibly important when we are accelerating such kind of adoption. And that's a challenge for most of the country. And let me end with a third challenge that we are also seeing it quite often, which is basically the vacuum of regulatory, let's say, environment that we have. Although there is a push for more adoption of some principles, high-level principles. We saw recently the UN coming with the AI Convention. We are seeing, we just heard before lunch about Hiroshima principles. GPI and OECD, they came with their own principles. But when it is coming to apply the principles, there are two schools, and we saw this in some of the intervention. Some of the countries are really going with the spirit of the legislation and the regulation, just in order really to leave some room and some space for more innovation. Others, they are taking it from a compliance and rights perspective to go very harsh in terms of, I wouldn't say robust, but more, I would say, close explanation of such kind of and practical terms when it comes to such principles. This is not helping, and what I'm seeing here is maybe the in between in Korea here, which I really like, which is creating the space for more agility when it comes to regulation, but also on the same time making sure that there are some safeguard for the right inclusion to happen when it is adopted, which is a balanced approach that needs to figure out more. Let me close by saying is that definitely AI is becoming a force of multiplier, an accelerator. But without the governance component, we are really could end up in chaos here.
Thanks, Zaki. That was really interesting. Many of you would know, but the World Bank's program here in Korea, of course, we don't provide technical assistance to Korea, not very often at least anymore. What we do is we work with Korea on Korea's experience of development and take that to other developing countries. And the kinds of issues that Zaki is identifying are problems across an issue across our whole program, that Korea has an amazing performance in so many different areas. But Korea is now a high-income country. It has a very high-capacity bureaucracy. So the issue for us is which of parts of Korea's experience can we actually take to Mongolia or Indonesia or Sierra Leone and actually get benefits from that. So Zaki, you've given us some of those issues: the fragmented data, the limited institutional capacity, and the underdeveloped regulatory environment as issues that can be quite difficult in that regard. If I can move on now to VP Che, and she'll be able to tell us a little more about Korea's experience so that we can think about which parts of that are applicable in other countries. And VP Che, my question to you is, in the Korean context where we have Korea as a global leader in applying AI and using that on addressing societal challenges, from your experience in NIA, what policies or institutions have been most important in ensuring that AI is deployed in a way that balances what Zaki said, fostering innovation, but also at the same time protecting citizens?
Thank you very much for the question. If you may, please allow me to speak in Korean. In the case of Korea, regarding the benefits of technological development, we want to ensure that it's shared by the entire citizen. So innovation and digital inclusion has been top two priorities. In the past, digital inclusion was limited to expo type of policy for those that has been marginalized in a certain policy. But now it has been transformed into a policy to increase the entire service quality of the entire infrastructure. In the era of AI, this policy has gained greater importance. Utilizing AI or not will determine the opportunity or quality of life of an individual. Therefore, we have to make sure that this disparity is not widened because it will result in deepening social inequality. In the past, we have focused on the vulnerable and providing education to them. But now in the future, we have to play a bigger role so that, to ensure that technology is more accessible to the public by providing a more intuitive service design. We call this human-centric design or easy-to-use technology. So let me give you an example. Just like this Google's single search window, we should provide a more easy-to-see, intuitive type of searching system for the governmental service and other type of public services. And in order to support this with related institutions, as you know, at the end of 2024, in order to ensure innovative AI, we enacted the AI Basic Act. And as a type of a twin law, the Digital Inclusion Act was also enacted. So from February 2026, the Digital Inclusion Act will also be implemented. Now, under this act, it has a digital inclusion impact assessment, and this is for government and public agencies. When introducing major services or policies, we have to conduct a prior preemptive type of evaluation for its efficacy and accessibility to ensure prevention of inequality so that all the citizens could equally share the technological benefits. So when this policy is fully implemented, the digital innovation policy of Korea will not focus only on efficiency or achievement, but will also ensure that innovation and opportunity and inclusion are realized in balance. I think this is a true way to make technology a tool for the entirely public. And I hope the case of Korea serves as a reference to many other countries in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, VP Che. This microphone's making me sound quite robotic. It's okay. Okay, thank you. So you've told us about the Korean experience and that Korea facing the challenges of the, confronting that question of the risk of deepening social inequality and using the principle of human-centric design to think about this. And you've spoke about the legislative framework of the AI Basic Act and the Digital Inclusion Act, but then also some of the tools coming out of that, the prior evaluation impact assessments. So that's very useful context for us. The other angle to this is there has been some work internationally on developing frameworks that countries can apply in this area, and I'd like to move on to Professor Ahn and ask him a question about that. And the question is that many developing countries are looking at these frameworks like the OECD AI principles or the UNESCO guidelines. And I'd like to get your view on how these global standards can be applied and how they can be adapted to local contexts in a way that they remain a practical set of rules and not just aspirations for countries that are difficult to achieve.
Thank you, Jason. It's a very
감사합니다.
tricky question. Yeah. Actually, the international framework like OECD AI principle or UNESCO recommendation on ethics of AI, the fundamentals are baseline, I think. So the developing countries, they can start from here instead of, starting from the scratch. So it's a broad and then basic guidelines which guides how the developing countries can adopt the AI. But at the same time, the problem is that those guidelines are deliberately a little bit broad and then aspirational. So developing countries have to fill the gaps in the each articles or sections on the guideline, and then these processes are quite tricky, requiring a lot of experience and then testing knowledge. So I think for the developing countries, they have to consider the following couple of points. The first one is that they have to prioritize their local needs, right? So because this broad international framework is a basic principle, so even though we can provide the big bones of the AI adoption, the problem is that what is the local real local demands and then local context. So instead of adopting all the principles wholesale, the developing countries can select priority areas that aligns with pressing challenges. For example, the countries where AI is mostly used in education or healthcare might emphasize the transparency or inclusiveness rather than intermediately investing in highly technical safety audit, right? So that is a good example. So understanding the really urgent, necessary local demands and then optimizing based on local needs can be a good starting point for the developing country. And then second one is that the developing countries have to distinguish the difference between digitization and then digital transformation, I think. Because, the simply buying a server or a GPU or, just adopting large language model does not mean the AI adoption. The entire, country, including both the public sector and the private company, if they adopt AI technologies and then use it in, daily, the administration or their business, then we can say the AI adoption is fully achieved. So that means that's totally different from digitization. But the problem is that even though the Korea is one of the leading firms in terms of innovation investment and then technological innovation, but to be honest, we are also in the trouble in terms of AI adoption or digital transformation because we are not two big global leaders, U.S. or China. So we are also lack of resources, and then problems, practical problems in such digital transformation is that leadership and then the digital literacy, I think. So for example, digital transformation, I mean the AI adoption, it happens in every sectors, including public and private sectors at the same time. And then entire process is a simultaneous process rather than a step-by-step process. So the very strong leadership is necessary. The leaders who understand the advantages or disadvantages, challenges, or some side effects, he or she can lead the whole process by orchestrating a lot of different stakeholders. And the other issues are, the digital literacy. As Jason pointed out, Korea is also one of the bureaucratic countries. And then there are a lot of innovation stakeholders involved in this AI adoption process. So problem is that very close collaboration can accelerate AI adoption process, but it's quite difficult. And then one of the important factors affecting this challenge is the digital literacy. A lot of people, they misunderstand the side effect or advantage of AI, and then they understand AI adoption differently. That's a problem. So and I think this problem, leadership issue or the digital literacy issue, is much more severe in the developing countries. So the challenges for developing country can be how they can exactly understand those challenges and then how they can make strategies to cope with such issues. And then the third problem is, of course, resources, right? So even though we are not small economy, but for Korea, the buying a 10,000 or 100,000 of GPU is a big challenge issue, right? And then this is much more difficult, I think, for the developing countries. So for the developing countries, AI adoption should happen entire country, which demands a lot of resources. But the problem is how can they overcome this issue? And then I see one of the realistic solution can be international cooperation. So developing countries can start from the international framework, and then at the same time they have to leverage the resource from the international partners. So for example, they can make local groups with their neighboring countries, or they can make a new project in which the developed countries or other the international the organization like World Bank or OECD can participate in. That can be a good solution, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you thanking me for my difficult question, but what you can't see is that I'm using my notes here to make it sound like I'm smarter than I am, so But thank you. And I appreciate the response. So things prioritizing local needs and priority areas and thinking about transparency and inclusiveness are important. You made the point on the importance of digital literacy and leadership and resources, which of course for developing countries can be quite difficult. But I really like the point you made of drawing that differentiation between digitization and digital transformation. And as you were saying that, I see parallels in development generally, where World Bank, of course, we do a lot of development projects with countries, and you can justify the benefits of each of those projects. But for a country to truly transform on a national level, as Korea has over the last 50 years, is something, a process that's more difficult to understand. And I think there's a parallel that, you know, you've said it's possible for governments and businesses to digitize, but the question of at what point the country transforms digitally and how they do that is a tougher question. So thank you for that. If I can move on to, as you're all thinking of your questions you're going to ask when we've finished our rounds of questions, I'm going to go on to my second round of questions and come back to Zaki. So this time I'd like to think about some of the enabling conditions that we need in countries for the process of adoption of AI in a way that's pro-development but also balances these equity considerations. So Zaki, you spoke in your first answer about the importance of turning principles into practice. Can you give us some specific examples of where the World Bank is helping governments, countries, work on governance frameworks that implement AI strategies that balance this innovation with the safeguard side of things?
So let me try to tell you how the World Bank with our development partners are thinking about helping or enabling the different client countries. There are two things which are fundamental in order to make sure that AI governance is on the successful side. And by successful, I mean that it is enabling really development impact, because that's exactly what we are looking at. We all are looking out of the development process for more jobs, more innovative jobs, more creative types of economic growth, or even more resilience in the systems that we have. So first thing is that there is a more focus that is needed on the foundational governance. Foundational governance, which can be simplified into few things, like we talked about interoperability, for example, between the data between entities. This seamless movement of data, and in the same time, systems that are talking to each other will almost guarantee that any push for a technology like AI can come and deliver what we are trying to get out of it. The second, also part of the foundational governance, is really the securing, let's say, any of these type of platforms that we are having for such kind of exchange between the different parties. And we saw this very obvious in the presentation of this morning when the head of the AI Safety Institute trying really to articulate what do we mean by AI safety and how this can be embedded, which means that it's safety by design. This is what we mean by AI safety here. It should come from within, not something that we are procuring by legislation or regulation, but from the development and the design side. And finally, I would say that there is the principles that will guide our way of developing and deploying, let's say, what is coming here. Those, for me, the three interrelated, I would say, areas can be seen as the foundational governance that we need to start with. When we have it, we can really go into the next level, which is investing into the infrastructure, making sure that we have the right investment. We can really grow our talent pool. We scale our ecosystem for innovation and otherwise. But in terms of governance, this is clear. The second big area where the bank is more putting emphasis on it is that not everyone needs to develop large language models, which mean that, yes, we know that there is a kind of, in the US, we are seeing Llama, Gemini, ChatGPT of OpenAI and others. And then we saw, let's say, how quick things responded. Okay. Can you hear me now? Excellent. So we saw, let's say, the development of another type of large languages that there is a race to it. But there is also a governing strategy behind this thinking, which is, should we go after the same thing? Do we need it? Sometimes, yes, which is in Korea here, the government is trying really to encourage such kind of large languages model coming from private sector. We are seeing LG, CNS are developing one, Naver is developing the others, and many others are trying really to give the push. But in emerging economies, where there is a limited resources and less time in order really to go through the cycle of AI development, maybe we need to focus on small AI first, which is what I mean by small AI is very simply is that I don't need too much data. I don't need too much computing power. I really build my application and my service that is enabled and driven by AI to the edge, which is, it's more important, the service itself that will be amplified and be used by every single citizen than what is behind that needs more governance mechanisms and more investment in terms of the infrastructure that is behind. So this is another focus where the bank is trying really to encourage emerging economies and developing countries in order to adopt more. It's always about choice, and the choice is between our hands. The priorities that Professor An already mentioned is that every country has certain priorities, and based on these priorities, they are choosing, let's say, their journey to reach the point. Thank you.
Thanks, Zaki. And I wonder if I can ask a follow-up. Possibly the first part of my follow-up you can't answer, but the second part I think you can. The first part is, are there any particular countries where in the past 5 years you think, either on their own or with the World Bank, that you would stand out as good examples that have made big developments in addressing these types of problems, if you are able to name any? And my other question is the issue that was raised by Professor Ahn, that importance of digital skills and leadership, the people side of things. Is that something the World Bank has been working on a lot in the countries that we've been partnering with? And then VP Che's point about the legislative frameworks and the tools coming out of those, how important are those? So are there countries you would nominate, And then what is that balance between the people side of things and the legislative rules side of things in terms of getting the benefits from AI?
Development institutions usually are full of economists. And economists, they like really evidence before coming with statements. But in the era of AI, we have short span, which means that we didn't accumulate yet the full scheme of evidence that will allow us in order to come with an analytical economic I would say, reporting on what will be, what is coming. It's always the forecast of it. Same also with our effort here as a development institution. We are doing our best in order really to cope at the upfront of let's say, the effort right now by helping the countries bit by bit that we are collaborating with in order really to go through this journey while we are trying really to help them mainly on the policy side, the regulatory framework that can be adopted, sharing with them what we are spotting in terms of good practices that we are seeing around. Some of the countries that I can very quickly name is that when in Philippines, for example, when our agriculture team started really to push a little bit some smart application for small AI on top of what is happening in terms of integration of technology or digital within the agriculture sector, we are seeing some of the solid numbers. Like during the last 3 years, there was about 20 to 22% increase in the crop production itself. This is hard, let's say, evidence that we can see very quickly how, well, relatively quickly to see it coming. There are some efforts right now that we are seeing with India, where we are innovating on the regulatory sandboxes to come with an accelerated innovation scheme, or even with revamping some of the already the strategy, national strategy, and helping them with accelerating and prioritizing the implementation plan, like in emerging, I would say, Egypt or even Rwanda, where we are even trying really to work there on the social protection side and inclusion, of course. So let me stop here with these examples.
Okay, thank you. And for context of the audience, when Zaki's complaining about economists, he means me, so we can discuss that later on. If I can ask another question to Vice President Che, I want to ask about some of the initiatives on AI and data that Korea has undertaken that have been designed to have an impact both here in Korea but also abroad in other countries. And I'm referring to things like the Data Innovation Alliance and the Inclusive Access Centres. Can you tell us what lessons you think these programs have given about which initiatives are most transferable to developing countries as they work to build their AI governance capacity?
Thank you very much for your question. So for us, NIA is now helping developing countries for building their capacity and capacity building under the development cooperation. Recently, actually, regardless of the country or nation, I believe infrastructure or access was the main priority in supporting them. However, now AI and data and other strategic technology is where we are now supporting with cooperation, and there has been increase in demand in cooperation as well. In response to the new demand, NIA is now building infrastructure and capacity under our new development approach. And the flagship example, I would say, is the Developing Nations Inclusive Access Center, and we call it in short form IAC. From 2018 to now on, we have seen 360 countries partnership, and there has been more and more partnership to coming up. In the past, however, we only focus on the devices where we provide only the PCs. However, we're now providing high performance worksheet and digital lounge and digital spaces to them. At the same time, with AI companies in Korea, we're now helping developing countries to build their own capacity in using AI. Earlier, Professor An mentioned about AI literacy issues, and we're providing support to build AI literacy. So we're now packaging AI literacy and AI capacity in supporting developing countries. So from November, we launched the center in Bhuta University, and in Nigeria, we're gonna launch new centers soon. And for these countries, we're now providing infrastructure building support and AI building and Python education and training program. These could increase the capacity of them building AI system and infrastructure, and we receive positive feedback from locals. So all these IACs efforts aimed to increase digital inclusiveness to the developing countries. Moving on, NIA will cooperate with partner countries so that we can have more opportunities to benefit those developing countries continuously. So our ultimate goal is that we would like to reduce the AI gap between countries to provide equal opportunities for all. And I believe it will help us to build AI ecosystem moving on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that's very useful to hear about the genesis of the IACs as infrastructure access, but then as you've built on that and pushed into a broader conception of how you get people to engage with digital and think about the inclusiveness sides, and you've built on that IAC concept accordingly. So that's a very interesting example, and one that the World Bank has been very interested in looking at with you. If I can go to Professor Ahn again, and can I ask about, I know something you've thought about is the idea of graduated governance, and can I ask how governments can apply that approach in practice, so start light but evolve their approach as their capacity grows, so that balance between the risk of over-regulating AI and killing off the innovation side, and the risk of under-regulating and not getting the full benefits to society that you want. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And I guess it intersects also with Zaki's point about maybe some of the approach we take around LLMs, for instance, actually smaller might be better in some cases.
Yes, thank you. Actually, Jackie pointed out a couple of times for the capacity building. And then the capacity building is a very urgent issue for the AI adoption, particularly for the developing country, because they do not have resources, do not have skills, do not have talented people. So it's quite challenging for them to adopt AI adoption. Before I start, I would like to talk about the very, how can I say, complicated relationship between innovation and then regulation. Actually, a lot of people, they believe that the regulation hinders innovation. And then in many cases, it's true. Because of regulation, the tech startups, they cannot do their own business because the regulation regulate their business model or something. And then it works, and then there are so many cases regulation hinders innovation. But at the same time, regulation triggers new innovation. And then I think a very good example is the so-called green technologies, right? So without the environment regulation, no more companies, they had no reasons to invest in R&D and then develop the so-called green technologies to overcome the environment issue, right? Nowadays, they are outside on the road. There are so many electronic vehicles, right? But electronic vehicles, the automobile companies, they are developing to simply follow the global environment regulation. And at the same time, the regulation make the innovation makes the regulation, and then regulation also make the innovation. So what I want to say is that even though innovation, regulation, they are totally different and then impede each other, but truth is not, it is not. Actually, they are interactive. So, and then actually we can pursue both innovation and regulation if we design the regulation in a smart way or intelligent way. That is the point I would like emphasize. So graduate governance is about recognizing that AI regulation is not a one-time or a fixed approach. It is evolving approach alongside the country's maturity or market conditions or their technology levels. By considering that, we can smartly design regulation or step-by-step approach like a light touch or iterative interaction. Those kind of approaches can help developing countries pursue both innovation and then regulation. So there can be many points we have to consider for the graduated so-called governance, but I would like to say a few points. Firstly, start with a light approach. It is essential. So for example, issuing non-binding code of conduct, ethical charters, or sectorial guidelines. Of course, they can be inspired by the global standard like OECD, UNESCO, World Bank guideline, right? And then encourage self-regulation and then the voluntary directions. It's a voluntary disclose. It's better than the setting the very strict, rigid regulation. It's more effective because it gives some times for the private sectors to cope with the regulation, and then at the same time, by seeking the good solutions, they can suggest better regulations compared to the regulation developed by the government or something. And then second, experiment. And then this experiment can be done with so-called smart regulation like sandbox or pilot program. So creating a regulatory sandbox for high-impact sectors like finance, healthcare, or educational, it can be a good example. And then as you know, the UK government introduced the first regulatory sandbox for the fintech, and then it is spread to a lot of emerging field, particularly using AI. Korea government also using this sandbox approach, and then the essence of the sandbox approach is providing a temporary license or allowing the small experiments like a pilot test or something. And then the capacity building is a key. So the step-by-step, such as smart, intelligent regulation, allowing experiment, doing regulatory sandbox, those kind of approach can be done with the capacity building. And then capacity building can help the developing countries develop, enhance their innovation capacity as well. So the capacity building investment, training regulators, or funding ethics bodies, supporting the local AI auditors, those can be done to enhance the, how can I say, for the intelligent or smart regulation, it is quite important. Finally, again, as I mentioned, the international cooperation is also quite important because, you know, AI is not, how can I say, it's a established domain. It's a, you know, entire world is building new cases for the AI because every day AI technologies develop so fast. So it's hard for us to catch up the, you know, very cutting edge technologies. That means not single country, but the entire world, entire countries, they have to collaborate to find a good way. It can be described as a graduated regulation or a balance between innovation, regulation, whatever. But the point is that by doing you know, the light touch approach and then principle-based measure or allowing experiment and doing the smart regulation, we can make the you know, the better world by using AI. That's our main points. Thank you.
Thank you. That was some very important, powerful points. So I think certainly I'm guilty of the way I've been asking the questions. I've been asking about that balance between innovation and regulation, but you make the excellent point that those things are not necessarily mutually exclusive. In fact, smart regulation can trigger innovation, or you know, transparency in regulation and your approach to regulation can actually create an environment in which businesses are more willing to invest rather than less willing. So that's a great point. And you've also told us about, I guess, ways to try to capture the full benefits of AI. So thinking about an iterative approach to regulation, to learn as you go and to get feedback from all of the participants in the society and the economy, to experiment and use regulatory sandbox. And you've reiterated the points you made before about the importance of capacity building and international cooperation, and that last point to identify new use cases in a fast-changing environment. So thank you for that. Can I pause here and see if we have some questions from the audience for our panelists? I don't know if we have a microphone in the audience, but I have one here.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask some questions too. So I'd like to ask a question to Jackie. So you've led several activities over like several decades on the digitalization or digital transformation from the World Bank side, and the target was developing countries, of course. And now we are talking about governing AI or AI public policies, etc. So what's the big difference between the previous digital transformation and AX? So in what sense we are focusing on the governing AI rather than just technology itself or distributing, sharing those technology available, accessible to the citizens, but rather than to focus on the entire framework of the governing AI or promoting by public measures or policies, even public money expenditure as well. So what's the key difference between previous one and this exact, the very AI for the developing countries?
Let me start, and then my colleagues can jump in. But at least showing my gray hair, I would say that for the last 3 decades, we already went through different stages from just integration of technology, ICT, to just digitalize things, to start adjust a little bit the processes to make them more efficient, to even for some time we, like what you said, we were using digital transformation as really the key focus here, which is transforming what is existing to the next level, I would say. But still, we were looking at either about saving costs in terms of efficiency, or just accelerating the productivity to happen in terms of making, let's say, whatever we are focusing on more effective. Name it, from integration of technology and automation into the production processes of the industrialization, or even in terms of even delivering government services, the public services that we are expecting from, let's say, the government, in terms of the social contract that we have with the government, and trusting them on this. And then we started really, although I remember when I was in engineering, I was studying on AI, so it's not new as a technology, as you know. But what is new is that we saw the power of reshaping things. That what make it, I would say, very interesting, but also very scary. Because for the first time, with a minimum, I would say, opportunities in terms of the change of technology, I can integrate and come with a completely different output. And even we can push a little bit in order really to create completely new, innovative products and services that are coming. And I'm not even pushing, let's say, generative AI in order to start replacing, I would say, some of the intelligence medium here. So what is making it a force of and a multiplier is its power as a technology in order to be integrated across, even going to reshape what development will look like. The question right now, and I believe that this is what we all trying really to answer in the panel today, is that is there a way or many pathways that will allow us to govern this process in order really to come with a positive force that will serve the humanity in terms of creating jobs, creating a better living conditions, serving, let's say, the needed, making it AI for all. And that's what making it a moment to be taken as an opportunity to change the trajectory where we are thinking about the technology here and how it is adopted. So, so it is now. It's not about the future. So I hope in just 3 minutes I give why it is so important.
제가
If I may, I'd like to share my view. In the case of Korea, in 1987, we first laid out the high-speed internet network, and then we transformed ourselves into electronic government, and then a digital government, and now has pursued a public data opening. And we has went through a very rapid transition. And the early stages, from the early stages up to now with the AI Basic Act and Digital Inclusion Act, it actually took 30 years. I think this has great significance. So As Korea went through this evolution, we were also with errors and mistakes and failures. And in that process, we could realize what we have today. And the AI Basic Act, together with the Digital Inclusion Act, well, the Digital Inclusion Act is actually the first in the world. There could be other legislation that have digital inclusion included in its articles, but as we looked through that with OECD, that had more to do with digital disparity. We already dealt with the disparity issue in legislation back in 2005. So we are not limiting ourselves just to the marginalized or the vulnerable. We want to ensure that this is accessible by everyone in order not to make them, in order to prevent them from become marginalized or vulnerable from the beginning. And that is the basic essence of the Digital Inclusion Act. So as I listen to your comments, and if I elaborate on that, I think their reference to developing countries. I also agree that they themselves do not have to begin from the beginning or reiterate it. And Professor An also emphasized the importance of focusing on the present, not the past. Many countries have past experiences, not only in Korea but also in the US. And I don't think it is the case that other countries should continue to replicate the past this effort. By sharing such experiences, developing countries could reduce their errors and could also help solve many societal issues. So whether it's not about any single country or institution that could have a one-size-fits-all solution. So in the long run, I think it's important for a new regulation to be based on a social consensus. And this will also help developing countries to minimize their errors. And as we pursue the regulatory initiative in such an integrated manner, I think it will provide a more positive direction. So we should link these issues together with AI governance as well, and how we could support the developing countries. Well, actually, that is related to what I wanted to ask. As you're a member of the Digital Inclusive Access Center, well, I wanted to add this point. There has been many policies and many methodologies that we thought about. Of course, we did go through errors and mistakes, and some have remained failures and therefore just abandoned. But and when we look at where Korea stands today, we only focus on what was positive and successful, and we actually exclude our failures. So when developing countries look for us for reference, uh, it's not that easy to include this type of an integrated data or document, including both success and failures. That is, including the road that should not be taken, and also the problems that could occur with that. So I think it's important to look back on such past practices, both in the bright and the dark side, as in order not to forget that. Well, I will try to do that. And we also have members from the Global Cooperative Team from NIS. So I will do our best to include not only the successes but also failures and try to embed them in our data so that they could be also reflected in new practice cases that could be referenced by developing countries as well.
Running over time, but June has a question.
Yes, I just have a related question. So it's really inspiring to hear Korea is now in the stage of promoting AI for all, before more about addressing digital divide or digital inclusion. So what are the policy or government program example that worked very well addressing digital divide and digital inclusion? And then what would be the policy example for AI for all, like government program or some like grant or policies. That's something we would like to share with the developing countries. So it doesn't have to be today, but if you have some ideas in the future, it would be great to collaborate with. Thank you.
I want to echo what the Professor An mentioned before. The balance between regulation and innovation. That's what one of my main theme of my speech in the morning hours. And this is occasion for Global Forum on Development Cooperation. So I want to suggest to you to think about AI as a global public goods that the international organizations like World Bank or OECD may propose to another topic. Is far beyond the individual country's capacity. So how to pull the data and capacities together in a way to promote global public goods. That must be a good agenda for development cooperation. That's my comment.
That's an excellent comment, and I'm sure Zaki will want to talk to you separately about that. But it fits very much with where the World Bank is headed and other development institutions that where in the past we've been much more focused on the country-by-country programs. Increasingly, we're having to build our development efforts around the cross-border issues, the global public goods, where we have the spillover benefits and potentially costs from one jurisdiction to another is a very important place where we can play a role. So thank you for that comment. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap up because we have successfully already filled our time. First, Zaki, grey hair, I hear that Korea can help us solve that problem, so don't worry too much about that. Can I thank all our speakers? Just very quickly, I think one of the things that's come out is the importance of people in this, both their role in having the skills to use the technology and interact with AI, but also remembering that the technology is still for people. It doesn't exist on its own. We've heard about the links between governance and innovation, and then we've just had another point on that. So that's very important. And again, the point that we've just made, partnerships matter. So partnerships between countries and partnerships intermediated by organizations like ours, and partnerships between organizations like ours are very important in this area. So thank you all for this discussion. Thank you to Dr. Kuri, VP Che, Professor An. We appreciate your contributions very much. If you can all join me in thanking them for the discussion today.
Yes, thank you to our panelists for that engaging discussion on AI governance and development impact. We've explored how digital inclusion policies, international development frameworks, and public administration approaches can work together to better ensure AI serves as a tool for equitable and sustainable development rather than widening existing gaps. So ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to Mr. Alford, who moderated the session, and all the panelists for such an in-depth and informative discussion. Yes, thank you so very much. And now we have finally reached the final part of today's forum, the round table session, moderated by Mr. Jung-wook Kim, Executive Director of the Center for International Development at KDI. The discussion will be yet another feast of knowledge, experience, and expertise from a handful of renowned experts from different sectors. And the topic for the roundtable talk is knowledge sharing as a catalyst for AI-driven development. So before I turn the mic over to the moderator, I'm going to ask all the panelists and the moderator, please keep in mind to keep your mic as close as possible to your lips, because you know our talk is being live streamed via YouTube, and our interpreters need to hear you as clearly as possible to deliver your messages to different languages. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I will turn the mic over to Director Jung-wook Kim to start the session.
Good afternoon. Jason did his job, his homework already, so I envy him. And I'd like to invite you to make a like great discussion on this final session. 한국 분들이기 때문에
As we're all Koreans, I would like to proceed with the roundtable in Korean, and I wish interpreters can interpret what we are saying in English. As the topic is quite big, I believe I should take what the panelists do as their jobs and experts, and I would like to ask them how they are contributing to this topic, and which is AI. So I would like to invite first Professor Park Jong-yeol. Professor Park, as I know of, you are now collaborated NIU in building AI capacity and AI regulation, and you're now leading the research on AI. Could you please share your experience with us? And is it really wonderful and great? And what kind of roadmap are you having right now?
잘 들리시죠?
Can you hear me? I'm Park Kyung-yeol from KAIST. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this meaningful forum hosted by KDI and World Bank. I think this is a very timely gathering. Well, there has been a brief introduction of our current activities, and also you asked a question. I'll do my best to give a good answer. Basically, I'm kind of in the middle between science technology and international relations, and science technology's impact on governance and also its impact on development. That is, I work on the academic research of these two domains. How does technology impact global development and national development? There has been a very long history of academic studies. But in terms of new technology and how does it disrupt the global governance and also impact the global dynamics, there hasn't been much studies as of yet. So I like to look at AI as an example in this field. Technology is always mobile. The development of technology has been a history of cooperation. It has been a very helpful tool for development, but at the same time, it could be used as a tool for competition. And it could also raise security issues such as economic security. So it depends on whether companies want to cooperate or want to compete, and that will determine the role of the technology. And this applies not only to our collaboration with NIU, and also at KAI Center, we also conduct these related studies, and I personally also conduct such studies. I think the essence of this is that, well, your questions are at the level of a doctoral thesis level, so don't think I could give a full answer to all those questions. But in terms of governance, I think there are so many themes and topics to study. But when we relate that to the issue of governance related to developing countries, I must say that actually we have abundant opportunities. Leveraging ICT technology and that is ICT for development or we already have a very long history for that. And AI's impact for such development, when we think of this topic, well, we have seen technological revolution in the past. So we should think of AI in this prospect. General purpose technology is AI actually. So this could be a very tremendous opportunity for developing countries. For example, from SDG 1 to 17 for each targets. Actually, there are many positive impacts AI could have. There are many good positive mappings. For example, we could develop an app for agriculture to increase the yield for farmers. And another example would be remote sensing or satellite mapping. For example, when I was at World Bank in the past, we developed a poverty map and collected data, and we usually relied on household survey. But at the time I left World Bank, we started to use nighttime images of the satellite images, But now we have such improved daytime images. So for climate change or early warning systems, this is very helpful, and this providing us with abundant opportunity. And since we're talking about knowledge sharing in our session, many development and cooperative related data are non-formative data, that is document-based data that were not easy to analyze. But since now we can use natural language processes, we could classify the policies and also analyze development projects and how they map with SDG. I'm sure you have experience about the OECD CRS report. And there are the purpose codes under this report. So each development cooperative projects could be related to that, whether it's related to health or aging or agriculture and etc. And this type of automatic classifying or grouping is now possible. That is a more labor-intensive work is now possible in a more systematic manner. Still, nevertheless, not only opportunities, we also have things at the other spectrum, which is relatively not that frequently discussed. That is about the challenges. So when we think of the so-called digital colonialism, even though we don't refer to that extreme, when you look at emerging technologies and when we relate that to the existing social inequality, it's inevitably going to deepen such inequality because of its innate factors. So when you look at a single nation, when you look within a nation, when you look at the different social classes, it will lead to greater differences and discrimination. And so for that, World Bank and UN and other multilateral agencies should play a more important role to resolve that. And we also have participants from the private sector at LLM. When you look at LLM, well, of course, we are using this service as an end user, but when you look at the laborers of developing countries, when they are a part of the LLM structure, they are actually making a very great contribution related to data labeling. Many of you might not be familiar, but the majority of the uh, LLM is actually provided by a small setup in Kenya. It was established by my previous colleague. For inconvenient text or images, it's being labeled and it needs training and learning. And this is done by the workers and laborers of developing countries. For example, that's why they're suffering post-traumatic syndrome and etc. And they do not have a minimum wage guaranteed. And the third issue is that from the developing countries' perspective, they are actually just one small part of a broad supply chain. But it's important for them to overcome them and to make a more active and positive contribution in the industrial domain. But that is very difficult and challenging. So that's why we at academia are trying to study on this topic so that we could collaborate with LLM or natural language processing institutions to, for example, compare the before and after a disaster, and then determine the best timing to send emergency relief and etc. So the academia and the private sector could collaborate in these areas. And another thing is, of course, U.S. is playing a certain role in weakening the multilateral initiative today, but still, we shouldn't give up. And there has been many agendas that has been discussed at the UN meetings, and if this is materialized, I believe that AI could go in the direction that makes a greater contribution to development cooperation. Thank you very much, Professor Park. I believe much of what you have discussed is related to what we could do to help developing countries by leveraging existing technologies and etc. And another area is about how AI could change entire nation or entire economy, and how should we be prepared for that? And where are the vulnerable areas for developing countries. So for that, I'd like to ask Professor Kim Jong-nip to introduce your field of study and also refer to Korea's cases or any other cases in this era of AI and what kind of challenges developing countries face.
예, 준비 없이
Without any preparation, I handed over the microphone. I haven't prepared yet, but I would like to proceed my answer. Hello everyone, I'm Kim Jong-nip, the fellow of Science and Technology Policy Institute. I'm going over economy and technology research, and I am mostly studying the industrial changes out of technology and what kind of changes are we seeing under this research subject, and working with labor institution and academia with a massive project. And while I doing so, I met with various concerns and issues. But I would like to talk about a foundational issue of how could we solve the societal problems with technology. I recently working with academias from various institutes, and many say that could AI resolve a trade dispute and issues related to trade and war that is now breaking out in Gaza Strip, and all these questions and issues can be resolved by AI. Can it be? I don't think so. No matter how AI develops, AI cannot resolve those conflicts and chaos. Rather, it will aggravate those issues. And also, when it comes to developing countries, or regardless of the country type, I believe AI can dissipate misinformation and propaganda, I guess, with great possibility. That's why EU AI Act and other regulations and principles are now coming up. So how could we respond to that is our concern. However, we need to utilize AI to addressing this question. This is what we need to working on. So I believe, from my perspective, it is not the problem of developing countries. It should be dealt by countries with power, such as developed countries with education, especially public education. This is the most important part. Going beyond the functional education and training, we need to build up data literacy, technology literacy, and critical thinking on technology and maturity in democratic thinkings. Only when we can solve these problems, we can minimize the conflicts out of AI and new technologies that's coming up. However, there are some cases that conflicts coming up out because of the echo chamber effects. So UNESCO and other institutions are now warning the negative impact of AI, and they're now developing their own ways to develop public efforts with policies. However, Korea, when it comes to twin genders and age groups in learning AI technology. However, United States haven't received a public consensus across the board. So for the East Asian countries and other countries, it is very frequently seen, most especially developing countries, they're now seeing a conflicts between priorities. Healthcare infrastructure are now gaining massive investment, while technology development is now lagging behind in receiving investment. So shortages in teachers and shortages in students, there has been a big gaps. And also they're experiencing political unrest and political conflict. And this hampers the development of policies to foster digital infrastructure. So they're suffering from shortage in digital infrastructure. However, I believe, can present us various feasible opportunities that can resolve all these issues. According to UNESCO, in 2025 first half, 1,000, 10,000, and 10 million register has been recorded. And after the massacre in several countries, they are now using some advanced technologies in Rwanda. Based on those technology and program and projects, they're now having a national level AI capacity building programs. When it comes to UNESCO, they're now running generative AI program, and also they are now looking for the viable projects that could lead them to building AI capacity. And also AI textbook are what they are developing with plausible guidelines. The reason why they're doing it is that they try to build their capacity to reach public consensus. And I think AI should take part in this matter. And you might familiar with the cases of Palantir. They don't develop their own AI. Rather, they are using the tool and partnering with CIA and other large-scale institutions. They're now resolving the societal issues. So I believe developing countries and developing countries' government can do this role. It is not that AI should resolve the issue. AI themselves cannot. However, we can use AI tools as effective instruments to resolve societal challenges. AI present us various opportunities. I think they cannot approach technological transformation just like Korea does. I believe, however, we need to find ways to solve various challenges before us with AI as an effective instrument. So this is what I have been thinking so far. Because developing countries has a limited resources in solving societal problems, but AI can present us with various opportunities. Not only we just resolve some conflicts and challenges with AI, but also with partnership, we can just moving beyond what we are seeing. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. I believe you think it is important for us to share our knowledges, and the tool of AI that can help us resolve societal challenges, as I believe is what you have thought. To summarize what you have said, thank you very much for your fruitful remarks. Under different perspective, I would like to ask fellow you for your thoughts.
There are many challenges related to digital inclusion and digital transformation. I'm sure you have studied many cases and has much experiences. With the emergence of AI, how could you utilize it to solve the existing challenges, and how could we strengthen international cooperation? Well, I'm not prepared as well, and I think I'll do my best to give an answer. We've been discussing AI from the morning, and sometimes people think AI would be a great tool to solve all problems, but at the same time, we do acknowledge that it does have its innate challenges. Uh, I am from KISTI, Korea Information Society Development Institute, and I study digital cooperation and economic cooperation and also conduct projects for that. From developing countries' perspective, the greatest demand from developing countries, when you look at such demands, when we think of AI and data and how we could link AI and data to solve such demands, uh, we have seen many cases for that. There is a big demand for AI-related solutions. Well, the title of today's session is knowledge sharing, and I think it is also related to KSP. KSP, various development cooperation ODA projects, are in many sectors, including healthcare, education, and public administration. And in all these sectors, AI is being applied, and there is a strong demand for that as well. And in this context, AI is also focusing on, Korea is also focusing on applying AI in many development and cooperative projects. That is the general direction. In terms of development and cooperation, we now are preparing for the fourth basic comprehensive plan, and AI is a very critical part of this plan. And Of course, AI has a great potential to solve many societal problems. So that is why we're trying to adopt AI in development cooperation. But at the same time, based on my previous experience in such projects and the demands from developing countries, I remember Professor Seo during the morning session, Korea Korea, as we look at China and US, we should seek a third way. I work on many African development cooperation projects. As you are well aware, China is providing substantial support for African countries, and it is investing a lot for developing data centers in the region. And if we implement our own development cooperation projects, and when we consider our own standards and policies, there's a possibility of conflict in such a region. So that is why, from the developing countries' perspective, as they receive the aid from many international players, so from that single developing country's perspective, it's important to have the data from that's coming in from these different agencies and institutions to be mutually interoperable and should be integrated so that they could be used by the recipient country even after the donors leave. And so I think it's very important for the coordinator to play such a role. And when we share knowledge and when we conduct cooperation projects, this applies to all countries, including advanced countries. We are all on the same page trying to seek AI-related solutions. And in the case of KIST that I am under we mainly work on telecommunication, and we should try to share our knowledge in these areas so that we can help such cooperation partners and to try to seek some joint solutions in this bigger context. And that was what we have focused on in the past. But for AI, actually, we're standing at the same starting point. I think we should keep that in mind. So from the public and the academia and the civil sector and the private sector, all should join hands to create value together. And for that, the private sector must play a role. And so I think we have to look at a broader level cooperation and broader level governance in order to ensure that AI provides inclusion and also solves some societal challenges that developing countries face in a sustainable manner. Thank you. As a matter of fact, I did not give any preliminary questions or guides, so I think it kind of made you somewhat surprised and unprepared. I apologize for that.
We have invited CEO Yu, and what you're doing was very impressive because you're dealing with inclusive finances and you're now helping developing countries with various technology. And you're now applying advanced technology into various fields with your various efforts. I would like to ask you to share your experiences and your knowledge and insight because we have invited various figures from development cooperation. So I would like to ask you to share your experiences. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josun, CEO of Persona AI. As you mentioned before, we are developing AI engines, and my subsidiaries consist of Bio AI, and I'm running two companies at the moment, and that led us our technologies to be applied to various fields, humanoid, semiconductor, legal field, or what we are infiltrating into. Because we're dealing with various fields, even though we're an AI tech company, we are met with regulatory issues and broad societal issues such as national issues. So that made me to contact with various department of the government, and we're asking for consultation and advisories. As you mentioned, in the finance 5 years ago, we participated sandbox regulation project that spans insurance AI, and this is according to 80th article of AI Act and Insurance Act. It was impossible for the other companies who's not in insurance industry to sell insurance products, and we received waiver for 4 years as a grace period. They didn't like us because those industry insiders of insurance said we are now hampering their industry and we are now messing up their industry. We are not intended to reduce the number of jobs in the insurance industry. Rather, we would like to help them to streamline their workload, to reduce some works that are related to emotions and sentiments. We don't want to count how many calls they receive or how many times they visit bathroom or toilet. It is kind of inhumane, but we understand. Also, the challenge we are experiencing is the inequality in information, because it is the critical issue that finance is now experiencing at the moment. So through AI, we can make spoken language and interpret the professional information and interpret them into more everyday languages that can be very understandable to the layman. For 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we're now writing checklist, and if it passed, people can apply to certain products, and it doesn't confine to a time window of working hours. It is very effective solution that I think. And next, legal field, we created 1.5 years ago, and there has been some criticism from the attorney association because they are afraid of being replaced by AI, but we thought it is very effective for AI to be applied in the legal field because it works effectively. Because we asked for the legal advice, they gave us very effective advice for us, so I think it was working. Of course, there has been societal challenges, but we resolved at some point to some extent. And for the robotics field, Chinese humanoid robot is leading the way. They're well built and very fast. And humanoid robot, we're now cooperating with Chinese companies, and they're by raising some sensitive national security issues to come up. So there has been some ban on importing those humanoid robots. And also because it is Chinese company, we had seen some conflicts between United States companies that I cannot elaborate well because of the security issues, confidential issues. So there has been some regulation limitations. And when it comes to semiconductor, the situation is quite worse. Within the United States, there has been some sensitive issues regarding semiconductors. And also FPGA and NPU with neural network and programmable semiconductor FPG has no regulation in the United States. So they are now separately contact us, and they are now asking us to develop IP accelerator. And for the semiconductor companies in Korea, they didn't record any significant revenue, but they're giving us $990 billion for profit. So it is way more. It is outnumbered to our previous revenue. But we're now being sensitive about what Chinese companies thinking, because I believe we're now working with both Chinese companies and United States company. I think it is very hard for us to getting into the CES exhibition next year. And also, I would like to highlight that we went through COVID-19 pandemic, but COVID-19 pandemic, you might think it's the biggest cause of death in respiratory diseases, but turns out the pneumonia is tuberculosis is the number one disease killer. When it comes to developing countries, there has been various patients, most especially Brazil, Latin America, Vietnam, and these developing countries are suffering from tuberculosis. And Korea as well is the second biggest country with infection. Of course, we tuberculosis didn't kill our patients, but still, there hasn't been any diagnostic kit that can diagnose within a short period of time in Korea. But we developed the tool that can shorten the diagnostic times because with only the human saliva we can detect those diseases very short period of time, and also we by using a microscope we can find the effective treatment for the tuberculosis. And by collaborating with Harvard University, we're now helping tuberculosis patients to have effective treatment. I think what Persona AI is doing is very aspiring, and it has been 2 years since we are now doing those kind of efforts. But there are some countries that are leading the way with Persona AI, and I think here I would like to highlight that technology itself is not important. Rather, optimizing them is the most important factor. So I would like to wrap up my remarks.
잘 소개해 주셔서 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much. As we are doing international cooperation, I think the most important but difficult challenge is the standardization, which is very important. So from TTA, we invited Director Kim, and I would like to ask him whether AI can see standards moving on and what kind of role that standards can play in AI sector. So standardization and certification, what does it mean in international field, and what kind of challenges are we seeing at the moment, and what we are doing, and what kind of role we can play?
Let me first introduce myself and also my organization. And doing that, I'll try to think about my answer. Just as been introduced, I work at TTA, the Telecommunication Technology Association. I'm the team leader for the AI Convergence Standardization Department. I don't think many of you are familiar with TTA. It's under it's under the Ministry of Telecommunication and ICT of Korea, and it is in charge of standards and testing. Its main task is for both domestic and overseas ICT institutions. Well, they get together to develop a standard. And we also support the government standardization policies. That is another major task. And also, we also represent the government for IPO or ISIC and participate in these bodies, in the secretary or in the secretariat. And in terms of testing and verification, we conduct testing and verification for Wi-Fi and other handsets and mobile devices, and also broadcasting devices and equipment as well, and also for softwares. For softwares testing and verification, we test the quality of machine learning and the reliability of the machine learning system, testing and also verification. And also, we also foster human resources in the related field by running academy. And this is the brief task of TTA. And since I received a couple of questions, we've been engaged in international cooperation for a long time, but to cite a recent example of last year, well, there was something I thought about. What is global cooperation in the standardization field? When developing an international standard, we attend standardization meetings and we meet many stakeholders from both the public, academia, and the private, and we get together to develop a single standard document. I think that this itself is a strong evidence of global cooperation. This global standardization meeting itself is one good example of global cooperation because, in a sense, as you're well aware, when you think of the concept of a standard, the sectors, experts get together and develop a common paper for standards. So this will somewhat reflect the so-called essence of a certain advanced or high technology. So the standard itself is an example. Of course, it accompanies cooperation and competition at the same time, but I think the standard itself is a means of sharing knowledge. So you asked the question, what kind of role the standard plays in AI? In 1916 or 17, I think that was a starting point of developing uh, AI-related standards. And the working groups were launched under the ISO and other standardization bodies. For the JTC1 and for ITO and others, such standardization bodies, I think 42 has been the first to begin standardization of AI. And it's been about 8 years since 42 has started standardization processes. In the initial 4 to 5 years, the work was very slow. As you know, AI itself is a software algorithm, so it wasn't unclear what we should standardize. So, what we started was the terminology of AI and then data management standardization. These were the starting points, and now this expanded to system credibility and stability and others. When you think of standardization and its relation to knowledge sharing, when you look at standards, well, it's not necessarily every case, but when you look at the standards in mobile telecommunication, we first define the vision of that service. For example, in 3G and 4G telecommunication, the vision would be enabling the user to use data while they're driving a car. And for 4G and 5G, to enable autonomous driving by creating a network for the communication of the vehicles and also to communicate large scale data for hallucinations, for holograms, and then we define the technical requirements. And this sometimes would require a so-called service scenario. If it's an AI company, we begin with the AI vision. That is, for example, it could be used in agriculture or for e-education. These are the service scenarios that we define. And then under the scenarios, we then develop the requirements and then the specific technical specifications. And in this process, we first set up the vision, set up the requirements, and then the requests and use cases. And then this is then encompassed into a single document. People normally think of a standard as a very technical document, but actually the variety spectrum is very wide. It could be about ethics, it could be about principles, it could be about declarations, and also about technical specifications. So when you look at standards from a knowledge sharing perspective, the technical specifications might not be that relevant to developing countries. Rather, the vision and requirements and use cases developed by experts in advanced countries would be very helpful as a means of knowledge sharing. Or if they participate in that process, that would also be a good means, good opportunity to share knowledge. But in order to participate in this standardization process, in case of IT or ISO, it doesn't have annual membership fees. Well, they require annual fees, membership fees, and you have to attend about hundreds of thousands of meetings a year, and this would incur travel expenses and etc. So attendance itself is a great burden for developing countries. And so it's somewhat burdensome for them to just attend such meetings. So ITU and ISO, these international bodies, have certain programs to support developing countries' participation. They also provide education, training, and advisory services for developing countries related to international standards as well. So I'm not an expert on development cooperation, but considering last year's KDI and KSFP projects, I recognize that there were many similarities with the standardization projects that I previously experienced. I think I'm taking too much time, so let me wrap up. Each entity's cooperation could be somewhat siloed and isolated in a sense. And we at TTA also provide advice and consulting for standards for developing countries related to work and procedures and methodologies. But the greatest need was in R&D because this type of human resources cannot be fostered within weeks or months. It requires years of education. So a single cooperative project isn't enough to foster such human resources. For Leah, there were coding or such long-term training programs. So I think it would be useful to have an integrated program that could integrate all these different agencies to create a more higher level or umbrella type of knowledge sharing project. I apologize once again for not giving you the questions in advance. And in your comment, it was impressive to hear that the cooperation projects are somewhat siloed and isolated, so we have to overcome that and integrate them into a single platform and make it more comprehensive in a more consistent and sustainable manner based on more substantial systems. And maybe World Bank or other multilateral agencies could play this role. So we have listened to the views of experts here today, and I hope you could leverage such feedback so that your projects become more targeted and more impactful. So once again, I'd like to give you chances to make comments. First, Professor Park.
플레이어들이 있고
When we talk about international cooperation, there are various countries, and when it comes to AI, there has been many players in the field. Looking at what you're in, what kind of things that we need to improve, and what kind of cooperation and knowledge sharing can be done. Which area do you think it is needed for the development cooperation? Despite the very short period of time, I would like to answer as much as I can, but I would like to share my thoughts. But before that, I think we have introduced what I am doing, but every year World Bank release World Development Report, and next year the topic is the standard for development. I guess it is this year maybe, and within the report, Chris and TTA and Korea's role in standardization is presented because Korea constitution includes the need of standardization. So we allocated a whole page to write about standardization, and I believe this is where Korean experts can take part in and share our knowledges. And I would like to highlight three parts. And first is that once new technology comes, we need to create a cooperative structure within organization. Of course, within organization, there has been many fragmentations, and basically, it is the problem of data rather than technology itself. So we need to create a structure where we can collaborate together to break down those silos. World Bank take lead in this matter. During Obama administration, United States pursue open data initiative, and World Bank was a leader in those efforts and include those matter in DGIA data. But it is very labor intensive, so disclosing data is quite challenging. There should not be the rationale that once we open the data, the problem will go away naturally. It is not actually. We need to find out where the demand is, and with that we're now working on to make it in order. And in the collaborative perspective, I believe within the organization there can be no issues, but within one government, or when it comes to developing countries, the ministerial level, there has been some fragmentation that we can find, and as a donor perspective, it is very big issue, a serious issue, because various vendors use various systems. So respiratory data should be shared rather than just stuck in the respiratory pool of data. We need to create a virtuous cycle of data sharing with various cooperation projects. And going beyond a single organization, we need to cooperate with various partners and developing countries. It has been 20 years since uh, we saw Paris Declaration in 2005, and they highlighted that harmonization and transparency. It is not the World Bank can take a lead in changes, because we need to cooperate with various organizations, not only the World Bank but also other partners. So we need to create a sharing culture. Of course, it is important, but we need to do it. And policy priorities should be aligned with developing countries' goals and priorities. And the late Professor Zuna's last word was, innovation is an enemy. It is innovation and its enemy. Within the organization, those with power can grow, but if they see new technology to come up, they see some difficulties to maintain their power. So existing organizations should receive some incentives so that they can accept new technologies. Rather than accepting new technologies only or training them only, we need to create a culture and environment that can foster innovation with active responses. So we need to make those organization structure more flexible to new innovation. And if we were to consider those comprehensive approach, in EBRD, bank and multilateral organizations, multilateral knowledge conference was launched under at EBRD. But the topic was data should come first and human come first, and technology and data should follow. That means we need to have a continuous process that we can live harmoniously with data and new technology.
사람이 중요하고
You mentioned human comes first and culture comes first in an era of AI. This remains unchanged, as you've said. And next, I'd like to ask Professor Kim, what should be the future direction of our studies? Or what should we ask the academia to work harder on? To repeat myself, we should think, is AI itself important? Because there are so many diverse solutions, and AI is just simply one of such tools. So the fundamental problem is that AI that is people don't make decisions and people don't follow that. So the same is true for AI. Even if AI gives good solutions, if you don't practice it, then it won't be a solution. And utilizing AI actually consumes a lot of capital and also a lot of investment. But when I look at developing countries, I could see that there were many areas of improvement for that, for solving a certain problem. And also, I could see that there were already existing very cost and time efficient ways. So, do they really have to abandon such existing methods and switch to AI? Does AI really bring more knowledge and efficiency? And we have to think about that. And we have to focus also on use cases and success cases and share them. And another thing is, just as Mr. Park mentioned, we should start from small things. We succeeded in this small step, then we should expand that and scale them up in a constant manner. Just as Professor Park mentioned, it's very hard to change people. I majored in natural science. In quantum physics, there's this saying, how was quantum physics accepted? This was because the traditional people that study traditional physics all died. That's why quantum physics was newly accepted. So, as such, it's very hard to change the perception of people. And so, the same is true with AI. It will take a long time for us to accept AI and to change our mindsets. And in that process, we shouldn't be blindedly reliable on AI. We should also take patience at the same time. Well, I myself doesn't have such a long history or compared to you, and could learn the lesson that we should be hopeful and also cautious at the same time.
I would like to ask a question to Professor Fellow Yu. When it comes to digital transformation and AI transformation, inclusivity is very important, as you agree. Do you have any suggestions or recommendations in this matter? Thank you very much. I think it is very important, and I think this is the topic that I should work on more. Looking at my previous projects, I think I would like to give some advices and my concerns. So, when it comes to knowledge sharing, as you can draw from the topic of today's roundtable session, I think when we share knowledges, there has been various demand in the AI projects and challenges that we need to work on. And during our roundtable, various panelists told us that going beyond knowledge sharing, we need to go the strategic and legal efforts, and we need talent and capacity building work that go sustainable in AI projects with sustainable finances as well. And earlier, panelists mentioned that it has been some fragmented approach in AI businesses, and I deeply feel that it is right. So in Korea, development cooperation experienced the fragmentation and siloed approach. So in AI development cooperation, I think we need to address such issues with various efforts. And from knowledge sharing perspective, as I manage development cooperation project for developing countries, international standardization and guideline is important. Of course, it has been published, but developing countries and developed countries are now experiencing confusion because they need to interpret once again under their country's context with legal frameworks and regulations. So designing them is their concern, and they're now raising their need to addressing such issues with cooperation with international organizations such as World Bank. Of course, they're already doing it to help them to build those legal frameworks and regulations. As the previous panel discussion mentioned, because we need to learn lessons from the previous works and projects. The public officials who design such work and regulations are now learning from those previous projects. So Korea trials errors has been witnessed, and what kind of failures what we experience were shared with international communities, but it hasn't documented yet. So that's why many developing countries experience fragmentation and siloed effect. So what we are doing in designing standardization, I think we need to share our experiences of trials and errors, and we need to document them so that we can share them with more effectively. And moving on, the area of research of mine will be various project and business, of course, knowledge sharing. When we look at as development cooperation project, we need to monitor them and review them. But AI related business, as previous panelists mentioned, acceptance, trustworthiness, and sustainability and social impact should be once again reviewed with various standards. And within development cooperation project, we need to do more research on risk management moving on. And I myself will work on them more. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over microphone to COU and ask similar questions. I think you are the only one who is from private sector. So do you have any recommendations to international organization or standardization organization or academia? Or do you have any recommendations for cooperation area?
네. 저는
Personally, I did my startup. I started my startup when I was in the third year in high school. So I exited 2 times, and this is the persona is a third startup. And for startups, innovation and speed is very critical. But I don't think that is true for AI, because AI companies need GPU. NVIDIA's GPU HVAC cost $50 million. So if you want to buy more, it will be too costly. Even if you want to start a startup, if you don't have a GPU, it will take too much time, and your business could be slow. We're already in our 8th year, but in the beginning, we didn't have enough money and we had so many hardships. And the same is true for many startups that are in their beginning phase. They always want a low money. And Grok is the AI model with 200,000 GPU in the desert by Elon Musk. Actually, this is more than the number of GPUs owned by a certain country. So it means a single individual owns more GPU than a single country, and so he could be faster, and that will determine the power of AI. That's the type of era we're living in. So for developing countries, the gap is much starker. not only startups, but for private companies on a national level, this gap is actually widening. So we have many representatives from many institutions. So I urge you to conduct international level studies and to also have a kind of a comprehensive program to bring together individuals and also nations and bodies with GPUs so that they could support developing countries and help them identify new growth engines for their future. Thank you.
김기훈 팀장님께서
Thank you very much. I think Director Kim should take the last remark. Developing countries don't have GPUs and neither the talent that could lead digital transformation and AI transformation. And rather than leading the new wave of technology, they don't even have capacity to understand what's going on in technological field. Then what are the problems they're experiencing? Could you please elaborate and share your insights regarding this topic? Oh, you are giving me the most difficult but important questions. As you mentioned before, developing countries are now participating standardization, but they don't have enough workforces and capacity. And their countries are now applying the international standards, but they don't have enough technology and discussions. Most especially in Asia Pacific regions that I'm working in, the demand of various countries is that they try to build their own standards based on international standards, but they don't know what kind of standards they need to apply. And they're seeing a gap in basic capacity in building standards. This is where I believe we should start our discussions. Based on your question, I don't think it is the right answer, but still, in the past, I worked with ISO in setting standards. And ITU, I would like to say gap in standardization. So I would like to say resolving gap in standardization is our priority. Then what area should we focus on? National standardization capacity should be understood if we were to minimize the gap in standardization. That's why we studied each country's capacity to build standard. So legislative factors and standardization, regulation and standard system and standardization organization and mirror committee to respond to international standardization and R&D talent cultivation are where we focused on. And while doing so across the board, we gave consultation. So we divided modules and based on the country's context on standardization, we gave modular consultation. That was our decision. So I think it is it is right approach to your question I would like to ask. And by giving consultation and advices, it is important for us to understand their context and provide products that is ideal to their situation. So for the standardization, we need to give tailored approach when we give solutions. And within country, they don't have enough experts in standardization. So considering this situation, what kind of personnel and experts do we need in designing standard is, I think, it is our homework that we need to work on. Thank you very much. The time has passed. The time is up, so we need to wrap up our roundtable. Thank you very much, all the panelists to the stage. Please give him a warm round of applause.
자연스럽게 제가 먼저 클로징을.
And let me share my closing and then hand over the microphone to Mr. Jason. The Global Forum is an annual gathering co-hosted by KDI CID. We aim to create knowledge and share knowledge, but we shouldn't stop at that stage. We should be able to expand such knowledge, because with AI, we're worried that it will replace our knowledge and intelligence. But with our expertise and knowledge that is created, that could be done by a small number of experts, will continue. And this is what we aim at KDI. And we're grateful that we could host this gathering together with World Bank. I hope all of you engage in networks. It could be directly between agencies like TTA or the Safety Institute or with KAIST. Our knowledge, if it is used for the common good and to create a virtuous cycle, I think it would be very fruitful. And for that, I'd like to thank World Bank and all the staff of KDI and all the participants. And with that, I'd like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Jason Alford.
Thank you very much. I know we're out of time, so can I just thank KDI and ED Kim especially for their partnership for this and so many other things that we work on. Can I thank all of our presenters and our speakers? Can I thank you all in the audience in the room and both online for joining us? It's been a great discussion on issues that are very important for us. So we have a lot to think about, so thank you all very much.
Yes, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to an end of the 2025 KDI World Bank Global Forum on Development Cooperation. We hope everyone found this program informative and fruitful, and we also ask for your continued interest and support in endeavoring in bringing a brighter future to our global community. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us till the very end, and we wish you a wonderful rest of the day. 함께해 주신 여러분, 감사합니다. 안녕히 가십시오.